Okay, good morning everybody. So today we're going to start off with the Office of the Governor, Chief of Staff, and Director of Human Resources Development. We were supposed to have Director of Labor, but he's working with our legislative staff on getting the call center up and running. So that's probably more important right now. At 1:15 we have the Attorney General and DCCA, so we can talk about some of the outstanding issues from the last meeting. And at 2 o'clock we'll get an update from Airports Division and Hawaii Tourism Authority on the verification of passengers when they arrive, quarantine locations, and the tracking. So, Linda, you have any opening remarks first?
Hello, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. I don't have any opening remarks. I did provide a handout, which I'm happy to walk through to give you an idea, because it appears that a lot of folks kind of misunderstood. We had fumbled the rollout of some of the things we were looking at in order to overcome what we perceive to be a $1.5 billion shortfall over the next 15 months. And I guess I wanted to share with you what we were looking at the time we were making some of those decisions. And I would emphasize that at this point we actually have not finalized any decisions, looking at every option, trying to do the right thing by what is going on with the state and the community. And so at this point, everything is on the table, but I thought it would be useful to just share with you some of the things we were looking at, and hopefully can work with you with a better understanding of the challenges that we're facing, and maybe can help each other work toward the best solution. So do you have the handouts with you?
Yeah, so you know what though, before we go to this, because I would hate to keep the DHER director on just to, when we should probably resolve some of the reassignment, redeployment issues first, and then after, and when that's done, we can excuse him and then you can continue.
Okay, I would just say that I had asked the staff that I need to leave by about noonish.
Okay. Okay, well, Ryker, you have any updates?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Just very quickly, we have of the 18 of the staff that were redeployed to DLIR last week, 15 of them will be staying on as opposed to rotating out. On top of that, we have 20 more ready to deploy to, depending on where DLIR wants them, either to the sandbox site or to the convention center, depending on where DLIR requests them. So we're just waiting on that information so that we can send those people out. The other updates, let's see, 1 second. The other updates regarding the other request for assistance, the two that we did receive an extra one from the Department of Labor and Industrial Relations looking for IT support. We have looked through the Category 3 list, and so based on that, we're actually going to be deploying all the people on that list. The requested amount was about 5. There are 2 people on that list, and so we'll be sending those people over. What we're doing to try and get the other 3 is we're going to the other departments and now requesting assistance for the other 3 positions that DLIR had requested IT assistance for. The other requests that we had spoken about previously were the Department of Agriculture and DBED. Both of those have been put on hold by the departments. They don't need the help right now, and so we have paused our efforts in that respect. And then we're waiting on a few more from the other departments. But I think and then the last thing for the committee is that from our list, the librarians are also helping both in terms of facilities as well as with staffing for DLIR. And so we are just kind of keeping them out of our redeployment effort until we know exactly how many of them and how fully staffed up DLIR's library staff is going to be. And I believe that, and then the last thing is our staff has actually put together a training, a quick reference guide, as well as training to all of the DLIR staff. I'm sorry, all of the redeployed staff who are going to be going over to DLIR. And that's the substance of our updates.
Okay, members, any questions? Senator Kim.
Hi, Ryker. Thank you very much for that update. So you have 20 more ready. Are you going to have any more ready other than the 20?
So what our goal was is based on DLIR's total need is, again, what the initial number was about 89, and so we have 20 ready to go next week. We're looking at another list of 50 right now. What's happening is, as we're going out and we're vetting that list, what we're finding out is that some of the departments who have people in the Category 3 list are recalling their employees. So I think what's happening is, as the departments, and again, this is just anecdotal, but I think what's happening is as the departments are getting used to social distancing and how they can accomplish their work, they're starting to pull some of those workers back. So as we've started trying to redeploy them, either from this current 20% list or going forward, what we're finding out is some of those employees are not available anymore. But to answer your question in short, yes, we're looking at another 50.
For when? How soon? Because when we talked with DLIR, they said that they needed them.
Yeah, so that's our understanding as well. So what's happening is that there's a group of additional volunteers that I understand is coming from the legislature that is going over there. And so with the 20 that we're sending over, plus the group that is coming from the legislature, that's about and this is what we had discussed earlier this week, that's about the max that they have capacity to train. So they are taking those groups of employees, and then we'll have another group waiting in the wings just for the next group they're ready to train.
Okay, finally, have you guys looked at getting the HR clerks from each division to go over and help? Because I'm being told that these HR clerks do similar work and they would be able to easily adapt to doing that work, and each of the divisions could take whatever they're doing and absorb it in their essential workers. So I'm hearing that from the people in those divisions.
We haven't specifically looked at HR clerks. What I suspect is going to happen is, as we get more requests for redeployment, what's probably going to happen is the list of Category 3 employees who are eligible to be redeployed will be smaller. So we're looking at our next steps right now, not specifically for HR clerks, but basically another process that we might use. So for instance, if we get another request that the governor and incident command determines is going to be something that's a priority, we might ask the governor to then requisition staff from other departments. And so it would be a slightly separate, it wouldn't be coming from a particular list. We'd be asking for departments for those positions.
But why don't we look at, each division giving up one HR clerk? I'm told that they can absorb that.
I don't have information on that. I can look into that. We have a semi-regular and sometimes weekly meeting with all of the HR officers for each of the departments. So we'll bring that up and we'll try and see what that looks like.
Okay, but these are the kinds of resources we need to be looking at and be proactive about it, because by the time you look at it, by the time you identify it, you know what I'm saying? These are things that hopefully should be looking at and preparing for.
No, I completely agree, Senator. What we're doing is we don't have a good handle on the operations for each of the departments. As you know, each of the departments is very different in their operations and their size and their scale and what they're doing. And so we're not mandating, for instance, to take one HR person from each department, because for some departments that might be a much larger hit to their capacity. And so,
Okay, I understand,
again, we're working-
Ryker, I understand, but the fact that you haven't even looked into it, and that we don't know the demands either, but yet we're getting these kinds of recommendations, and I'm hoping that you folks are getting it, or you folks are looking into that to be proactive, instead of waiting for us to raise it, and then you guys react later on. So when you have these meetings, these ideas should be coming out, and you guys should be exploring it to find all possibilities, so that we can make sure that our population is being serviced to the best of our ability, and it doesn't seem like we're doing it to the best of our ability at this point in time. So thank you. I appreciate you looking into it timely, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. We will.
Okay, if you guys can just keep in mind that the Chief of Staff said that she, for some reason, needs to leave at 12. But, Ryker, if you can give us a weekly then update as to the original list that you sent us the first list was 700 some odd people, and then if you can note that those people that got recalled from Department of Attorney General, and just
Yes.
move them to a second list. And so as the list shrinks, if you can update us weekly as to who from which department is moving to which and where they're being deployed to.
Yeah, thank you, Senator. We did, I did not note that request from earlier this week, and so we're preparing it now. We should be getting out the list to you today. We're trying to, there is, again, part of what's happening, like I said, is as we're vetting the people for redeployment, we're finding out some have either been recalled,
No, that's
or for
fine.
instance, some are, and so we're preparing that list for you today. We'll send it to you guys today.
That's fine, because what we want to do is just track it weekly to see how people are getting redeployed, if people are being added to the non-essential category 3. We just want to see what's over the course of this whole unfortunate circumstance. We want to make sure, we want to review how people are being moved.
Yeah, no, I completely understand. That's the exact list we're working on. We'll get it to you today, Chair.
Okay, Senator Keo'o Kalole. Oh, you unmute.
Can't hear you. Can't hear you. Can't hear you.
Can you text him?
I did. I just told him unmute.
Something's wrong.
Okay, wait. Okay, Sharon, why don't you go ahead while we try to fix that?
Tell him text.
Thank you, Ryker, for the efforts. You know, the one thing, looking at, this is an emergency situation, so people maybe have to scramble, maybe from group 2 that aren't really doing essential services that you know, state government has shrunken during this period. That could the departments also be looking at how they might be able to take some of these broad essential workers, but whittle it down to the ones they really need, so that if we needed 20 or 30, that they could see that these people could be shifted, at least during this period of emergency response. We'll go back to their jobs, you know, when we get to normalcy, but this is kind of at least everybody pulling together and helping each other across departments. Maybe have you sent out some kind of request like that to the departments?
Thank you, Senator. You know, we haven't sent a general request like that. We are exploring that exact policy process, and that's in light of our request. So like I mentioned earlier, DLIR also has asked for assistance with IT, and from the Category 3 list, there are not enough employees there to be able to be redeployed. So aside from the people on that list, we're actually reaching out to the departments. We're looking at the Category 2 employees, and we're reaching out to the departments to ask them to volunteer or send redeploy on their own some of these employees. So DERA is ourselves going to be sending over some of our IT staff to assist with that effort as well. And so, yeah, we are looking at the Category 2 list as well, Senator.
And also, if you don't have any services, for example, I'm looking at Department of Labor, where they have need for IT, but you know, we don't have enough people. Is that a possibility of working with the unions to contract out for services, or do you need to do that under the proclamation, so that if they need help, they get help?
Senator, we haven't explored through DHER contracting out, and I understand some of the departments have, and they've reached out, but again, that's not something we've explored at this point.
Ryker, you guys got lots of people that are not doing their normal duties because of the fact that we're on a hiring freeze. They should all be reassigned within your own department to be looking at all those things already.
So, yeah, Chair, I get that. Our staffing division has already been, some of them have been reassigned to assist with this redeployment effort. A lot of them, actually, there are still current recruitments that are being finalized based on the budget execution policy. So they're finishing those up. As they finish those up, there is going to be a group of them who continues to do some of the application screening. And the purpose there is so that if and when we get out of this and we really need to get state government up and running again, we'll have those candidates ready. And so we're scaling down, quite a bit. But yes, we have...
DHER has to be a lot more proactive because General Hara only has so many National Guard, and we shouldn't be using National Guard for certain instances where we can redeploy employees. We should be saving our National Guard for more urgent needs. We got to get you guys to redeploy people much sooner, much faster. You really have to reorganize your department quickly. I mean, you have a lot of people there that could start to make the difference sooner rather than later.
Sure, no, and I completely appreciate that, Senator. Again, we don't know exactly what DOD and the National Guard need yet. We haven't received that request.
No, the whole point is
we're waiting on it.
The whole point is to avoid using National Guard for things like UI or things even like follow-up phone calls. HTA probably could use some people to start tracking residents that are coming back from quarantine or tourists that are coming in that need to be quarantined. We should be redeploying people much faster instead of using the resources of the National Guard when they can do with other things. Department of Health, they need help with contact tracing. There's lots of other things that we need help with. And even if at some point it's not going to be a volunteer thing. At some point, we're just going to have to tell employees, you need to go to Department of Health, you need to go to the airport, you need to go to HTA, because that's what the state needs right now. I'm not sure why you're taking a more passive role on this.
And the departments need to read.
Senator, and I completely agree with you. What I guess the catch for us is we do have the employees who can be redeployed, but without knowing what the department, for instance, Department of Health needs or Department of Defense needs, I can't just send over 50 people because we don't know what they need. So we're waiting on those requests, which would be the form that we send to you guys.
Okay, but you know what?
In terms of what the request is.
Hold on. Linda, are you still on the phone? Linda.
Oh, sorry, I have to look for the mute button. I'm here.
Okay, so Ryker is saying that he's still waiting for departments to get back to him on what kind of people and what kind of skill sets that they need to deal with this current situation so that they can get additional employees. Why is that taking so long?
I don't know why they're taking so long, but there's no reason why, if he's waiting for a long time, I can, or he can call them directly.
No, I mean, I think that's kind of in your kuleana. You're the chief of staff. I'm not sure if you're still having cabinet meetings or what, but these type of things should be coming up, asking the directors to get that list to Ryker ASAP.
Because they tell us what they need, but they don't tell him.
Yeah, so this is the list of people that are available or the list of people that they need?
Okay, wait. Somebody really needs to pay attention. The Director of Health came twice already saying that they need at least 100 people for contact tracing. 100 people. Right? How many people did UI say they need?
80-something.
Somehow you need to work with the directors to get them to be able to reassign and redeploy people quickly. DHER is unfortunately not as fast as we would like. And if he cannot get the communication and the information from the other departments, you need to help facilitate that and expedite that quickly, because we can't have government stalled.
Absolutely, we'll get on it.
So what does that mean, you'll get on it? What is the next course of action and what is the timeline?
As soon as we're done here, I will get a notice to each of them and maybe call some of them directly if we need to do that.
Okay, Senator Favela.
I'm sorry. It's because, since we've been bringing this up for the last few weeks of the state workers that is not working, now all of a sudden we're deploying them, and then now their division is calling them back.
That should be quite.
I mean, is it coincidental, or is it it doesn't jive with me. It's not cool. It doesn't jive with me. Because right now we should be thinking about the people. And if we're going to think about the people getting their timely and things timely done, we cannot train somebody, have them there for 3 days, and then division call them back. That makes no sense. Going back to the beginning, when we, as the senators here, had offered up our staff, some of our staff that is working at home right now on the computers, that's probably watching now, we had asked them if they would want to go, and they said yes. But we got turned down. Now we're going back and saying that we're going to probably use some of the legislators as staff. That was 3 weeks ago. Those 3 weeks staff that we had already ready to go would have been trained and still there, not being called back to the division.
So we wrote the training manual. Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? So I don't know what is the disconnect, but calling these departments and asking them about their skill set, first of all, screening at the airport using National Guard. I know how to screen. I can read with thermometer. Yeah? Put them on the forehead, it's going to tell you how hot the person is. That's it. That's not a hard skill set. I know we have very intelligent skill, very good skill state workers, and they can read with thermometer. 98 degrees in the shade or 199, whatever. You can read that. You don't have to have one rocket scientist to go and do screening. We just have to have willing bodies. So we are asking here, as a committee, can we have willing bodies? And then you guys can specify the skill set for each department if it gets a little bit more technical. But at the airport right now, looking at one form, is somebody correctly spelling their name and the information? You don't need to be a rocket scientist for that. And I know we get smart state workers out there that can read, write, and read on thermometer. So that's what we're talking about. Using those bodies now. Yesterday, last week, using them now. Then the departments can go, let Linda or whoever know what skill set you guys need for the other areas. But the areas that you need phone calls and taking notes and replying to people, you don't need to have a rocket scientist degree. So please, you guys, Senator Donovan De La Cruz said it, somebody got to pay attention here. We've been here for over 3 weeks, and we've been harping on that. We've been volunteering our services, and then now we're going to go back. I mean, this is we could be having our staff there now, and we wouldn't have to call them back to the division. That's the frustration. And I'm sorry, people out there should not be making any threats to any of our heads and our division directors out there, because everybody's working hard in the best way they can. But the bottom line is this: we need to be proactive. Proactive, guys. That's it. That's all I got to say. But please, I know somebody can read on thermometer. I know, because it's digital now. Get numbers on it. So can you guys please help us out and get this thing done in a timely manner? Please.
So one point that Senator Kehokalole had asked was, a lot of those people really is just making phone calls. I'm not sure what kind of skill sets that, I'm not sure why there's some kind of disconnect. When the contact tracing, following up with those in quarantine, that's all really phone calls. So Ryker, if you can go back, anybody has questions for Ryker? So we can excuse him. You have anything else?
No, Chair, I hear what the committee is saying. We'll follow up specifically with DOT and DOHS and just to see if we can expedite their request to us so we can figure out what they need.
Okay, I just had one last question. there are some people, my understanding, that are home and being paid, but not working. But actually, are they using accrued leave instead?
Not to my knowledge. There may have been early on people who elected to take leave instead of being put on that list because they would have rather taken leave than have the possibility of being redeployed. But I don't have. Each of the departments has their own numbers for that.
Okay, so my understanding was that airports, they had people on paid leave for 2 weeks, not accrued leave, paid leave.
The only paid leave that was approved was for two categories of people. One was those who were, and this was from our initial guidance, was from people who were returning from level 3 countries, or people who were told to stay home by the Department of Health because they were either on quarantine or self-monitored. Those were the only 2 groups of people who were on any type of paid leave. And I think that number was very, very small. I don't have that. That would be from the Department of Health, but I think that number is pretty small.
Okay, we should verify that because Ross Higashi had mentioned when we met with him that he had people on paid leave for 2 weeks because
Yeah.
he said that at the hearing that was what they decided to do, was put a lot of the airport staff on paid leave for 2 weeks.
And then they did
Senator, there was a third category which was called department directed leave, but that was basically, it was a 3-day leave, and that leave was only to assess if something unusual was happening. So for instance, if somebody came in and said, my brother has COVID-19, and then if the department wanted to assess what the actual situation with that person was, they had the authority to put them on department directed leave for 3 days. But that wasn't weeks at a time.
Okay, well, you might want to verify that, and you need to have some consistency. I think some of the action that were taken probably weren't approved then, if that's the case, because the airport's deputy director had said that half of his, or I think was it half the maintenance yard or the maintenance staff were on 2 weeks leave, paid leave?
I'll go ahead and verify that with airport's chairman.
Senator Kidani.
Thank you, Ryker, for joining us today. I just wanted to make a comment. We have been doing this now for almost 3 weeks, these Senate Special Committee on COVID-19. And I feel very badly for you as a director and all the directors, because actually, if you guys read the minutes or have one of your staff listen in, you'll hear what all the other departments are saying. And I feel like we may have an incident commander on the outside in General Hara, but I think we need an incident commander on the inside, because the departments don't seem to be getting the information that is carried on here, the requests that are happening here. And if the chief of staff is not able to inform you guys, I don't know whether you're doing meetings or whatever, maybe, you should consider having someone read the minutes or watch what's going on here when the departments come before us and ask us for personnel. This has, again, been going on for 3 weeks. And we've told you before, when DLIR requested the employees and the Senate offered 40, and it was turned down by the chief of staff. So I'm just saying that I feel very badly for you guys, because it seems like we're imploding from the inside here in this building. Thank you.
Okay, so Ryker, if you can send us a copy, if you can send us the updated reports, and if you can keep that weekly or bi-weekly, whatever you think is more appropriate.
Yeah, we'll definitely send that updated list, and I'll follow up with the 3 departments.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Okay, Linda, if you...
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Linda, the floor is yours.
Okay, back to the handout that we were providing. And as I indicated before, we wanted to really give you a sense for where we were going as we were considering what to do about our perceived shortfall. So if you look at the handout, starting on the first page, what we were looking at initially was what the budget projections, the revenue projections would have been, and we worked with the 3 state economists that included Seth Colby from Department of Taxation, Eugene Tian from DPED, and Carl Bonham from the University of Hawaii. They all came out with different monthly projections, depending on what they perceive to be the way the economy would be going. In the case of, for instance, Seth and Eugene, they considered that there would be a huge deficit in FY20, but that the economy would quickly rebound in FY21. Carl Bonham kind of thought the other way around, in that he thought that there would be a lesser impact in FY20, but a longer recovery period after that. So there were those 3 economists who came out with different assumptions, and but at the end of the day, they all ended up at the same place, where the shortfall was in the neighborhood of minus $1.2 to $1.5 billion. Interestingly enough, shortly after we had looked at those numbers, Moody's, one of the top rating agencies, did a stress test on Hawaii. And similarly, they came out with the same shortfall, about 1.2 to 1.5 billion, depending on whether they thought the stress analysis was of a moderate or severe nature. And so that kind of gave us confidence in terms of what the expected shortfall would be, and kind of proceeded to go from there. So basically looking at long-term, the $1.5 billion shortfall. So on the next page is a pie chart that really shows where the revenues generally come from. You may have seen this before, but generally our revenues are going to be coming from GE, TAP, and individual income tax. So in the kind of a economic crisis we're in right now, all of those avenues, of course, are heavily impacted. GE and TA in particular are kind of wedded to the same kinds of phenomena. So, and all of them related to our major industry, which is tourism. So if you look at the third page, it gives you some indication of what the general fund revenues have been. The revenues in February were very strong, at plus 7% over the previous year. In March, still relatively strong at about 6%. We don't have the April numbers yet, but as you have seen it under the consideration, there were some actions that were taken in April that will impact the revenue coming in. One was the stay-at-home order, which began on March 20, and the travel quarantine order, which was effective on March 26. So the numbers that we're going to come out with in April will be drastically affected by those actions. We don't have those numbers yet, and won't have them until May 10th. So at the May 10th revenue report, we'll have a better idea of what kind of revenue situation we're going to be seeing in the out months. We have also indicated a couple of scenarios if we were to try to hit the Carl Bottom, which is at least for FY20, the more optimistic projection at 1.17. And we need to post almost $2 billion in general fund revenue in the fourth quarter. Whether we can do that or not is going to be questionable, but we really can't tell until we get the May 10th numbers.
Linda.
Yes.
Did Standard & Poor's and Fitch give you guys any indication of what they're thinking?
They haven't published anything per se, but frankly, all of the rating agencies and bond markets are kind of in turmoil right now, because it's not like we're the only state that's going through some sort of an economic crisis. All of the states are reporting very similar kinds of situations. We, of course, are impacted more than most of them because our major industry, and some would say, I mean, overwhelmingly major industry, is directly impacted and will take a longer time to recover, as opposed to some states where they've got manufacturing plants and other kinds of industries that are not so directly hit and will take less time to recover. But all states are kind of, so the bond markets have been very cautious about doing anything else. I don't know if you're aware or not, but Moody's recently came out with an announcement that they had downgraded our outlook from what was stable to negative. And so what that means is we're going to have a much tougher time accessing the bond markets to generate any kind of bond sale. We have been talking all through April with various of the rating agencies, and of course by telephone, but all of the rating agencies in San Francisco. And I know that BNF, as well as the governor, have been talking extensively to them. We have arranged for a short-term sale of some bond money to tide us over for the next 18 months, I think it is. So that will give us at least $300 million that we can spend, but whether we can get anything more than that, and that was before Moody's came out with their latest outlook announcement. So whether we can get any more than that, I don't know at this time, and we'll see. We'll have to see how that improves, if at all. The other thing that we're trying to do as the Congress is looking at potentially a fourth stimulus package. All of the governors have joined together and asked if in this next tranche of money that they're talking about sending down, it can be applied to states' shortfall. Because in the current, what's called Stimulus 3, which is the CARES package, the money in that package cannot be used for shortfall at all. It can only be used for COVID sort of go-ahead type programs. And that's the big grumbling on the part of the governor, so we cannot use it.
Okay, so with your assessment on the state's ability to borrow, are you suggesting that we should not refinance or that we should refinance? Because my understanding is the markets are low.
The markets are low. I don't know whether we can refinance. We had borrowed previously at a very low rate. Whether anybody's going to be willing to do that for us, given our outlook, I'm not sure, and that's something I'd have to ask BNF about. But at this point, the picture doesn't look all that great, and my understanding is that the bond markets are themselves in disarray, because nobody knows what's coming down, and there is no certainty in what the financial situation is going to be. Fortunately, we had just been able to secure a bond sale of the $300 million, as I mentioned to you. Actually, it was $600 million, but we had to pay back $300 for something else. So we're good for now.
But
going forward, we'll have to see how it works. Fortunately, we don't have an urgent need for anything at this point in time. My understanding is that normally we go out for a bond sale when the need arises. So in the event the legislature comes back in, produces
shouldn't we be doing construction,
for more CIP or whatever, at that point, we'll have to see what the markets look like.
Linda, shouldn't we be pushing out CIP so that we can get construction moving? I mean,
absolutely. So the word has gone out to all of the departments to push out all of their shovel-ready projects now, so that we can keep the economy going, at least on the construction side. And while we have the bond finance projects already approved, so they are working really hard to get those pushed out. I have a slew of them that we're signing off on every day.
Okay, but I at some point though, even if it's not shovel ready and you're looking at planning and designing, at least you want to get some of those people employed too.
Oh, absolutely. So everybody's trying to shove out as much as possible. We are giving some priority to the shovel-ready projects and kind of getting them moving. So we have people, at least construction side, working on that. But everything's moving now. We did have a little bit of a hiccup, if you recall, last year when we weren't sure whether geo bonds could be used for certain kinds of projects. That subsequently has been clarified and cleared up. So we're moving ahead now as fast as we can. Okay, the next chart is another pie chart, and this is meant to show that our total budget of about $8 billion, approximately half of it is in fixed expenses and expenses that we are required to pay. And so that $1.5 billion shortfall, for the most part, will have to come out of the non-fixed costs. So we only have roughly about $4 billion in which to find enough cuts to make up the $1.5 billion. If all other things being equal, that's what we got to play with. So we're looking at that and trying to figure out what our options might be going forward from there. In the next, on the next page, you're seeing for FY 2020.
Wait, can you go back? Wait, I don't understand. Yeah. What do you mean you're looking at other options from there? What does that mean?
We'll get to that toward the back page and what other things we could be talking about, whether, we're talking about raiding other kinds of funds or using the federal money to swap out some expenses we have. It takes a little bit of creativity to do those kinds of things, but, there are other things that maybe we could look at. In the meantime, the next chart that shows a listing of what all of the appropriations are for the various departments. It's in reverse order of how much is allocated to each of the departments. You have to discount the one for budget and finance because the BNF is where all of the fringe benefits, the CIP, and everything else is housed. So although it looks like they have the lion's share of the money, it's only because they have all of the sort of administrative type expenses. Other than that, the largest department is the Department of Education. And that's because, you know, they have the largest number of employees for the most part. So, and then comes Department of Human Services, Health, and so on. And if you look from the bottom up, all of those departments up through public safety, you know, doesn't even equal what the top departments have. So, you know, we're kind of top heavy, if you look at this list anyway, in terms of where the appropriations lie. And that's just to give you kind of the landscape of where the money is. So we looked at a number of things that we could do to try to figure out where we could look to put some of those reductions in place. First, we asked VNF to reforecast the financial plan through FY22 instead of 25. The reason for that is, I guess I don't know whether it's mandated or not, but in the past, their practice has been that they would put together a financial plan that showed a surplus in cash of at least 50 million in every fiscal year. We tried to do that. It doesn't come out. The whole page looks red. So we told them that because we don't know with any certainty whether and how our economy will rebound, let's just look at a plan through FY22, a plan that we could then review again as we got a little bit closer, hopefully with some of the other actions that are taken by the economic recovery team, we'll be in better shape and could plan accordingly. But at least in the short term, we need to know how we can survive. So we would continue to do that, put in cost control measures as needed. We have received federal funding in the nature of $4 billion. The $4 billion goes to specific programs. It's the usual practice of the federal government is not to recreate the world in terms of how the money is allocated to the states. So generally they send the funds down through existing pipelines. So for instance, health would go through the health, the various programs under health. The Department of Human Services, Medicaid funding will go through the Medicaid program, and they just tweak it up so that we can accept more of the federal funds through that program. So what they did was they increased our what's called an FMAP share, which is the share that we get from the federal government. They pay some, we pay some. They increased it, the federal government portion by 6%, which means they give us more money for Medicaid. But of course, along with that comes a lot of strings. One is that we couldn't release anybody from the Medicaid rolls, and we had to do a number of other things in order to secure that money. And the same is true of all the other monies that are coming down the pipe. So it's $4 billion going to virtually every department in the state government. We also had, as you are aware, a pot of money that goes directly to state. It was $1.5 billion, and it had to be shared with a county that had of at least 500,000 people. That would be only Honolulu County. And so it was a 45% share. So our share ended up being $867 million. Of that share, a fair portion is going to be allocated to federal HARA's efforts on the COVID response. There will be other monies allocated to mostly other kinds of COVID expenses because the monies also come with some strings attached, one of which is they must be spent on COVID projects. Projects that were not in our regular budget prior to March 1. These would have to be expenses that occurred from March 1 to December 31 of 2020 this year. And could only be on COVID type expenses. Still, we believe, have to go through federal procurement. That's an issue that we're still fussing over, how much of the federal procurement requirements do we have to meet. And so, like I said, it has strings attached. At least some of the early money that came through has other kinds of requirements. One is that we had to, this one was an education program, and they said that we had to distribute it through grants to other organizations. We didn't expect that, so it's not necessarily money that we can freely spend. We have to comply with a lot of their very specific requirements. So the DEAR money, which is what I was talking about, the education money, also very specifically said we had to follow all of the federal procurement guidelines. And that means, to some extent, that we'll have to follow federal procurement, even though, as you know, from the state side, through Governor's proclamation, we have relaxed the state procurement kinds of requirements. So we're trying to use as much as possible the federal money before we use the state money. So as to preserve our own state revenue where we have a little bit more control. So we can do that, maybe characterize or recharacterize some of the programs that we have as being COVID related, new programs. And so we're trying to, again, be as creative as possible so as to use those funds. We did explore some pay cuts, and we of course have frozen all vacancies and the money associated with that. We've frozen all hiring. We've frozen all purchasing. We've suspended Chapter 89, which is what allows us to redeploy personnel to different departments. We've asked the departments to either terminate their 89-day hires or not to renew any of the non-civil service type termination dates. So we're trying to do everything we can in-house to limit the kinds of expenditures that would cause us to use money that we don't really need to. If you look at the next page, they list some additional things that we've considered. And again, we have not made a decision on any of this. Everything was on the table, but we felt like we have to explore every possibility that we could. And we didn't know and didn't want to have to count on yet whether the legislature would be amenable to coming back into session and at least allowing us access to other kinds of funds that we could not access on our own. You'll see a bullet there for floating bonds.
But Linda,
and we've already
when you say you weren't sure if the legislature was amenable, did you ask?
We did talk to House and Senate leaders.
Yeah, what does that mean? So did you ask if we're amenable?
Pardon me?
Did you ask?
Yeah. Yes. Yes.
What did they say?
Well, we talked about it. We have regular meetings with the House and Senate, weekly, and so these things are brought up. We didn't receive a specific answer.
So what was the specific question?
It was raised.
What is that? What does that mean?
So,
what was the specific question that you needed the legislature to be amenable to?
well, we weren't at the point where we had specific asks for that, but we did ask, whether they were contemplating coming back or not. And at the time, when it came up for the discussion, they weren't sure. So, that's okay. I mean, it is what it is. And like I said, we weren't at the point where we were ready to, make a specific request. And I don't know that, and so we're still looking at that. In the next page, we're looking at now ahead at FY21, in which we are looking at what the economists had projected. And again, it's still kind of uncertain. The Council on Revenues should come back in May. And also in May, that will be a telling month because we will have the revenue report from April, which will be the first month where the restrictions had taken place in terms of the stay-at-home, in terms of closing the airports, and all of that kind of stuff. It'll still be a little bit early in that there was still some revenue trickling in. It wasn't until probably later on in April, like right around now, where it's clear that there are 100 hotels closed, virtually no visitors are coming in. So we went from 30,000 visitors a day to less than 100. And so clearly the revenue stream from the tourism side is going to be pretty close to zero.
Okay, I had a question going back to plan of action.
Pardon me, what was that?
I had a question of going back to your slide, plan of action.
Plan of action, okay, hold on, let me have that. Okay, got it.
So when we do go back into session, right, currently Ways and Means is reviewing the budget.
Okay.
And as you know, we had a conversation.
On that if you need.
Okay, well, I thought we already were, because last week Wednesday, or was it, not last week Wednesday? This week Wednesday was, 2 days ago. I think you were on the phone call with the governor, the speaker, the president, myself, the budget director, and I think the chief justice was on the phone call too.
Right.
And we had asked for some time so that we could look at different options other than just going for the straight furloughs.
Yes. And so we're anxious to get your suggestion.
Yeah, so we had, that same day, Ways and Means sent out a memo to all the different departments asking for 16%, 25%, and 30% cuts. And yesterday I made some phone calls to the different departments, and they told us again that they were told not to send it to us, that they were going to work, you were going to compile it.
It was thought that it might be better if it went through BNF.
Okay, I thought we'd been through this drill already. I don't understand. Okay, if there's a sense of urgency, I don't understand why you're continuing to filter and censor and delay information. You're not really allowing the legislature to help if you don't allow the departments to give us the information we need.
It shares information. They go out and make a statement like this.
There are a couple of things. One is we wanted to make sure that the BNF had the information as well.
Yeah, so the departments can copy BNF.
You got the correct information, and that if you're using that information to build your budget, that you had information that was useful and accurate for yourself.
Yeah, but Linda, that's for us to determine, not you. That's our kuleana. If they send us information and we think it's not adequate, we will follow up with the department.
Yeah.
But this is the third time that you've censored information. The first time was in regards to the memo on planning for COVID-19. Then we sent out a memo asking for budget cuts back then, over a month ago, and you filtered that memo and you censored that memo. This is the third time. You know, we spoke to the Attorney General. She said that according to the Senate rules, which have force and effect of law, the departments are supposed to respond to the legislature.
We want the departments to respond to you, but we want to make sure that what they give you is good, accurate information, and that it is properly folded into our own budget process, so that, you know...
No, but this is not your budget process. This is the Ways and Means Committee asking for information. Regardless, at some point, when we open up, we're going to have to look at the budget. We're going to pass an amended budget.
Going back again, when we went through all of this, right, you said that the governor never gave you any authorization to do the filtering. So now, did the governor give you authorization to filter out what the Ways and Means budget was asking? Did the governor give you that authority? Because the last time you said that you didn't get any authority to do none of those things, and then now you're doing the same thing that we asked you earlier not to do. So now Senator De La Cruz is saying that you're doing the same thing again, but I'd like to know, is the governor giving you this authority? We want to know that. If the governor giving you this authority, then somebody needs to let the governor know that he's breaking protocol. He's breaking protocol in what we are asking and why we are here. We are here to do what we need to do, and it is up to us to find out if we feel that the information that we get from the departments is not adequate. I mean, we're getting too much hands in the pot. You know when you put your hands in a pot, what happens when you get too much hands in the pot? The food gets spoiled. Right? I don't like feeding the community spoiled food. We don't like third-fought hands. We like the right hand right to us. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know what else can we say to you. One more seriousness that we can stress upon you to stop delaying. Every time you delay, something's happening. You know, we cannot give it out to the community straight because we get too much delays. Can you please figure something out? And if the governor is not giving you the authority, can you please stop?
Linda, what I don't get is you're saying you want to work with the legislature, but yet you go and you ask the departments not to respond.
We're not asking the departments not to respond. The departments will be responding. We just want to coordinate it.
No, Linda. What don't you understand? There's a sense of urgency, okay? We all don't want the 20% furloughs that was discussed. We want to be able to look to provide options, and yet somehow you're determined not to allow that to happen. I'm not quite sure why.
I think you're taking it wrong. We just want to make sure that we are following our usual policy, and that when it comes to budget information, we want it to be coordinated, we wanted it to be accurate. We do intend to provide you with the information you're asking.
Wait,
This is not usual times. This is not usual times.
We're looking at it
Linda, really, at some point, this committee really is so serious about sending the governor some letter of a vote of no confidence in your ability.
This is not usual times, Linda.
I just don't understand why you continue to delay information and not allow us to be able to help and do our job.
It's like the call center DLIR. It's only being set up today. It could have been done 3 weeks ago when we were willing to have 40 of our employees go over and do this, but you didn't want that.
You know, you also had mentioned previously that you weren't going to do that anymore.
Is anybody else from the governor's office besides yourself is watching these hearings?
Information you're asking for. We just want to make sure that.
No, but Linda, you know what? You didn't even have the courtesy to call to say, hey, you know what? We're going to gather it all and give it to you by Monday.
Yeah, she didn't even tell us anything.
I don't know how you operate, but it's really, you can't, at this point in time, you really can't be so self-absorbed. There's things that we have to do for the state and the people of Hawaii. I mean, I really thought you had some integrity because you had told the committee you weren't going to do that.
Exactly what you need, and there's, I guess I don't understand why you object to our making sure that the information we get.
Yeah, they can copy you, Linda. They can send us the information and they can copy you.
Information on cuts that are so significant.
Linda.
As I showed you before, in some agencies, what you're talking about in terms of, 25, 30% cuts, it would basically eliminate the work of that agency. So we just wanted to make sure that, that was all something that we could provide to you in the record.
Yeah, Linda, they can copy you so that when you actually get time around to go review it, it's not delayed.
Well, I'm not reviewing it. In this case, it's going through BNF.
What? So it goes to her and then back to BNF?
Okay, you know what? Really, what do we have to do? Subpoena the information directly from the departments?
Yeah, that's a good idea. You should have done
Why do you want to make this so difficult?
I didn't think I was making it difficult.
This is the third time that you've done this. I really thought you had a lot more intelligence. This is the third time that you've done this.
Do you realize people are hurting out there, Linda? That we cannot get information, but you guys can say, oh, let's cut 20% salaries
And cosmetic
without letting us know. And you're saying that you didn't think that you're being obstructive? Come on.
We didn't say that we were going to cut 20%. The union said that. That was among the various options we were pursuing, and no decision has been made on that account yet by any means. I will talk to the governor about whether we can release this information directly to you,
You know what, Linda? That's okay. We have the Attorney General coming in the afternoon, and we'll ask her. In our previous conversation with the Attorney General, the directors are supposed to be able to reply to our requests.
And for the most part, they do.
Except when you tell them not to.
I don't know.
I just got a follow-up. I didn't get an answer. Did the governor give you the authority? The last time you said he didn't. But in this case, did he give you authority to screen and filter this information that we needed?
He is aware.
No, that's not the question. The question is that did he give you the authority? He can be aware of a lot of things, but did he give you the specific authority saying to withhold or go through information that needs to get to where for the budgeting? Did he say that? I'm not asking you if he was aware of it.
So the governor himself asked you to tell the departments to not respond to the Senate?
I kept him informed of what my actions have been, and he has not objected.
We object.
Senator Kim.
Linda, you said that the governor, you folks didn't say you're going to cut 20%, but you brought this up to the unions in a meeting, right?
I was not at that particular meeting. I think that probably the discussion was that we were looking at potential furloughs that could represent up to 20%, but we were also at the same time looking at the possibility of arranging that in conjunction with the furloughs. Okay. There could be a way to combine the furloughs with unemployment insurance.
Okay, but
so that the extent that through the combination of the two, an employee could be, if not whole, pretty close to it, especially with the additional monies from the CARES Act.
Okay,
and
Linda.
so that was one of the options that we were pursuing at the time.
Okay, but Linda, the point I'm trying to make is that you have to anticipate what's going to get out into the public, and to bring up a potential 20% cut in pay, that the unions are going to bring it up to their membership, and it's going to get out. So these are the kinds of things that I don't know if you folks are anticipating when you make these kinds of statements, what effect it's going to have on the people out there who are doing virtual classrooms, teaching, they're adapting, they're having a hard time, all our people on the front line, and they hear something like that. I mean, do you know what that does to them? And that's the kind of stuff that's coming out of the governor's office that is not being anticipated. You meet with us, and then you say you want to work with us. You don't share this information with all the budget stuff. You folks make that kind of statement before you even do that. That's very troubling for us because we get slammed. We get the emails. And I have to admit, I had no clue. You folks didn't raise it, didn't bring it up to any of us. We met with you. These meetings are being televised, and the very next day or that evening, this information comes out, takes us by surprise, takes the public by surprise. They're devastated. These people are devastated. And they're the ones that are looking after our children. They're the ones that are working on the front lines, risking their own health. And they hear stuff like this. So you guys got, you're trying to filter us and filter things to us. I think you guys got to filter stuff that's coming out of your office. Thank you.
Linda, I think that the concern is that, you've said that we're all in this together, Governor has said that, and then we ask for information, and the departments have to work in an urgent situation, and then we haven't gotten that. For example, the plans that we asked for on March 11th, and you filtered it, you got sent to it, they got sent to you, but you never sent it to us. And so that's the kind of time lag that we see. And so if this budget, and you're talking about cuts, we really should be much more informed, and it should be fast. It should be in a day. It shouldn't be in 2 weeks. And so I think that's the concern. And if you can, in fact, allow the departments to give the information, it can also be amended. But then we have the information. We're working on the same sound sheet. So can you do that? Can you allow them to send it to us directly and give you a copy? We're all in this together, so we should get the information that you have. We can help if we know what's happening.
The frustration is that you was here before us in person. That evening we get up, and that night I went home. I slept early before the news. My phone just blew up like crazy with all kinds of calls telling us if us Senate legislators knew about this 20%. Some of these guys will work 5 to 6 plus years to get, even more to get to that 20% that you're talking about. You want to start paying guys that working for the schools and the prisons back to 1990? I mean, these guys are working hard and in the front lines and showing up for work and feeding our kids and teaching our kids online, and then we're gonna sideswipe them with a 20% cut without even having a discussion. You was right here. You could have given us a heads up offline and said that the governor was going to do this so that we don't get caught off guard. Every one of us here got caught off guard. I was calling the senators early in the morning because I didn't know what the heck would go on after that meeting we had with you that afternoon. So again, we all willing to work together hand in hand and kumbaya, but we got to be straight with each other. You know what I mean? We cannot be backdooring each other because we all one family, all one ohana. It hurts everybody when something like this happens. Believe me, my community and every other community here is hurting. We're all hurting. But we cannot give the truth and be transparent that we're just a lot of hot air. please help us to unite the communities and our leadership and have faith in our leadership and our integrity.
She's probably rolling her eyes. I'm not sure if she's even listening.
I'm listening, and I don't disagree that you should have information. I just want you to have correct information, which is why today you have the handout that I gave you that shows some of the facts that we're looking at, some of the things that we're trying to make work for us. Our goals are the same, to help our community get past this crisis and to make sure that everybody can survive it. We might have to do things differently, in fact, probably very differently.
The first thing we should do differently is to get
providing you with this
information.
information. We're asking you to help us. I will talk to my colleagues in BNF and see if we can get you. I mean, I think your deadline was Monday, was it not? So they're compiling the information. We'll get it to you by your deadline on Monday.
Okay, you know what you're going to force us to do, Linda, is we're going to actually have to call every department in the meeting and just have them explain to us their proposed cuts. That's what it's going to end up going to. So you either give us you allow the departments to answer us directly, which they can copy you. It's we're not trying to filter any information. But we want to make sure we get the information directly from the departments. I'm not sure why you don't have trust in your departments, or you think that they're not capable, that somehow you have to make sure that you're reviewing their budget sheets.
You don't need to micromanage.
See, the thing is, what blows my mind is that you just said it again, that you went, look through them, and give them to us. First thing, Linda, you was appointed. Yeah, we were elected. Yeah, we are elected. We're elected by the community and the state of Hawaii. You're appointed by the governor. So you just said the governor is aware of what you're doing. But do you know that the community and the state is not aware of you as appointed, and we are elected officials that cannot get the proper information because you want to make sure it's right? They never elect you, Linda. They elected us.
We didn't confirm you. Yeah, we didn't confirm you.
And we didn't confirm that. That's another thing. But you understand the frustration?
No, she does not.
I do, and we will get you the information you're asking for.
I just like share something, because I didn't share this earlier when the first few times you had not give us the information, and my constituents and the emails and even some of the paperwork that I have here that was written to me to say, because certain things like that I don't want to say what the constituents in the state of Hawaii and people are thinking, yeah, because sometimes I want to filter it out. But you know what? You leave us no choice. You know what they would ask us for the first time you kept things away from us? They was asking, how can you get fired? They like you fired. They don't like you representing the state. That's the word. And other words they would use, but I'm using the nicest word as I can. They don't feel you incompetent enough to be the chief of staff for the governor. You're making the governor, you're making us, you're making the state look bad by being that filter. He's aware of it. What else he's aware of? We don't know. We don't know, because if he was aware of it, he knew he was here with you that day. He could have said, hey, Linda, give those guys a heads up, because we're all one family. We're all working together. Let them know I'm going to make this announcement to the unions, so at least they don't get caught off guard. Zero. Whose decision was to make that? Not to let us know the day you was here talking to us about the plans of what the governor was going to talk to the unions about this 20% cut. Who made that decision not to tell us that day?
Well, she's texting our staff that she needs to go.
Let her go. She's not giving us any.
So can you finish the presentation?
She's gone. She's gone.
Okay, I think we left it at FY21 revenue outlook. And I think we covered most of that. So the next page is really the FY21 budget. as was approved in the last legislative session. And again, you see the difference between the fixed and non-fixed costs. It's still about 50-50. The next page over shows what some of the issues are that, again, we were faced with. Whereas we looked at the numbers for FY20 and 21. The state did have about a $700 million general fund carryover, but some of that has already been spent because of the shortfalls. The monthly expense rate, if you didn't know, for state is about $550 million a month. The 2020 budget, of course, was based on CORE's 2019 projections, but given this economic crisis we're in now, we're not sure whether those revenues are going to come in as we had hoped. So we are going to have to readjust our thinking in May when we get the revenues for April and when CORE meets toward the end of May. So it's possible that we could be in an even worse situation depending on what their projections are for the outgoing years. On the next page, you see some of the mitigating measures we looked at, including rating some of the, and again, we would need for the legislature to make these determinations, whether we take money out of the so-called rainy day fund, which is $378 million, the HHRF, which is about 183, whether we do well, we already have done private placement GF revenue bonds. That brought in $600 million, but of that we had to replace $300 million because we had swapped out general fund money for bond money in order to get the CIP projects through. Other expense adjustments potentially could be, depending on what the legislature decides to do, whether we would withhold the collective bargaining increases that are still pending in the legislature, whether we would suspend contributions to ERTF and EUTF, and ERS rather, whether we reduce other current expenditures by 86%, which may be the result of some of the cuts you're asking the departments to do. This would not only cripple most departments, but would force a very significant layoff. Other options, we've just kind of given you a laundry list of things that we looked at, and this is actually only a partial list. There's lots of other sort of creative things that we've looked at to try to save money or reduce expenditures. And again, as I said, nothing has been decided at this point, but we're exploring all alternatives, and we're hopeful that if the economy rebounds, as some of the economists seem to think that it might, we won't be in the dire straits we're in right now. But at this point in time, that's what we're facing. So, I have to run off, but if you have any other questions, maybe you could send them to me. I'd be happy to respond.
Thank you. Okay, so why don't we recess? 1:15 portion of the meeting. We have the Attorney General with us and the Director of Commerce and Consumer Affairs. Good afternoon. I see your smiling face. Good afternoon.
Hello.
Wait.
Good afternoon. Sorry.
Okay.
Couldn't quite hear you.
Okay. So, Kat, why don't we begin with you? Do you have any update you want to provide the committee before we get started?
Was that to me?
Kat. Director
Yeah.
Alcuni.
Oh.
Director Alcuni.
Okay, to me?
Yeah. Do you have any update you want to provide the committee before we get started?
Sure, I can give you an update. So we are 100% teleworking. Actually, well, with the exception of a very small crew, our budget management officer, business management officer, Dean Hazama, is in the office, as is a couple of IT folks. We send in very small crews who are staggered into the offices in order to process, but we're all working, so all divisions, all agencies of DCCA is working. We are just teleworking. And so that was really, I think, kudos to the staff and the team for their willingness to kind of stand this up in a very short time frame. I do have a number of, I think, issues that have been raised previously. We know that, this committee is particularly interested in, the landlord-tenant issues. Our Office of Consumer Protection, which takes calls in the Landlord-Tenant Information Center, has been taking a number of calls just this week. So far, we've averaged about 50 calls per day. I just saw that the governor's office did a press release about the eviction moratorium that was just put into place. So we're very supportive and happy that that occurred. We've also press released a number of information about scams and things that consumers need to pay attention to with respect to scams. So our website has a lot of that information there. With respect to DFI, the Division of Financial Institutions, we know that a lot of people are following those PPP loans. And so we know that as of this week, Hawaii banks have received approval, or I guess are in processing 11,000 or so applications on behalf of Hawaii businesses. And so we're really very grateful that the Hawaii banks were as willing to kind of do whatever it took to muscle through all of those applications on behalf of customers in Hawaii and businesses in Hawaii. And then with respect to professional vocational licensing, just so you know, some of the executive orders that just came out provide some information regarding some of the relaxation of the timing for renewals. And so I'm happy to see that as well, because that's also done via statutory requirement as well. With respect to utilities, just so you know, all of the major utilities have voluntarily suspended disconnection and late fees. They are also making arrangements for payment plans for customers who are having problems with paying their bills. And that's been a national practice as well. And so we're happy to see the Hawaii utilities following suit. There's also the Keep Americans Connected sort of agreement with the pledge with the FCC that a number of Hawaii communications companies have also signed on to as well. And so there they will not terminate service to any residential or small business customer because of their inability to pay bills due to disruptions caused by the coronavirus pandemic. They will also waive late fees and open their Wi-Fi hotspots to Americans who need them. And I can provide, answers to any questions that you have, but I just wanted to give kind of those highlights of things that I think people are most interested in.
Okay, there's one question. If you can describe the eviction moratorium that you referred to.
So I see that the eviction moratorium includes, let me bring it up. It's in the latest, proclamation that the Attorney General worked on with the governor.
Okay, if not, if it's easier for the Attorney General to do, then we can, when she after she gives her update, then maybe we can ask her the question. Okay.
Yeah. So very very generally, it provides a moratorium on evictions, which we had been recommending that they include. And so basically 127A-30A2 also allows, or I guess usually includes a provision that talks about landlords are able to evict for material breaches, and at least this would sort of suspend that portion as well, so that because a failure to pay rent would constitute a material breach as well.
For how long?
I guess for how long?
This particular proclamation, in reading it, it looks like it goes through April 30th. But again, the AG may have a little more information about the timing or additional plans for any extensions.
Okay, so it's only for 12 days then. Right.
That's the way I read it currently. Yes.
Okay. Questions for Director Alcuni?
Yes, Director, can you clarify whether the eviction notices are also for those evictions that maybe were court ordered, that have gone through the courts already, and not just because someone cannot pay their rent now, but maybe they have the landlords may have been going through this process for a while. So I'm not clear on that. That wasn't really specified.
And maybe I should defer that question to the Attorney General. I don't know if she's had that conversation with her team. It sounds more like a legal opinion there.
Attorney General Connors, did you hear the question?
Sorry, Senator Gidani, could you repeat that? I think I understood it, but I just want to be sure.
So the a moratorium on evictions is through April 30th only, number one, and does that include all evictions, even those that have already gone through maybe a court process and court ordered?
Yes, thank you. So just to be really clear on the timing here, and I know it sounds like it's confusing because obviously everyone wants to know what's happening on May 1. That's the issue. But what we had to do in this, along with a number of other things in the fifth supplemental proclamation, is actually go through the process of suspending the laws that would apply to the different things we were discussing the last time. And the timing is something that is going to be part of very likely an extension that's going to happen beyond April 30th. And that conversation was happening today with the governor and the mayors. And so in very short order, there will be something that continues all, or at least most of, in some version form, including the eviction moratorium beyond the April 30th date. So what this fifth supplemental proclamation did was include now this additional set of suspensions related to the evictions as Director Nicolon described them. Then what's likely to happen probably early next week is there will be an extension of the emergency period, right? So everything now is based on this month ending at the end of the month, but there's going to be some continuation of that as far as I understand it, based on conversations that I've been a part of. But we needed to get everything on the same page, and then that period will be extended accordingly. The intent is to ensure that the eviction relief is in place by May 1, and that is something that's being worked on. So that's the first aspect of your question, I believe, Senator Dunn. The second one is as to whether this would apply to evictions that were initiated prior to the suspension of this material breach language, if I understand it. And my initial take on that, but I'm sure I'd like the opportunity to just review that with the deputies who would be involved in advising direct on this, is that no, it wouldn't apply to any material breach for non-payment of rent prior to the time the EP was put into effect. But of course, this is going to be looking prospectively to things happening on May 1 in any event, so that might not be quite as clear an answer, but we'll drill down on that.
Thank you for that.
Oh, wait, before we go on, do you have any updates you want to provide the committee, the Attorney General, before we continue with the questions?
Sure, yes. So I did want to walk through the emergency proclamation because it did handle a number of the things that we discussed last time. Most importantly, now the suspension of the material breach provisions, so basically the eviction moratorium is what we're calling it. We also did, and this goes to a question that Senator Murakami raised last time, include the face coverings. So now the guidance of the CDC is officially incorporated therein. It also closed beaches now on state property. Boating restrictions were included. Hiking restrictions were included. A lot of this, I should just say, is in response to some of the activity that has been reported to the governor's office about what is not being complied with, about where additional restrictions have been necessary because social distancing hasn't been happening and it's become an enforcement issue. So that's where some of those items were specifically addressed and raised to the attention of the governor, I believe, by Chair Case. With respect to the essential business operations, and this again goes to some of the conversation that we had with Senator Murakami too, face coverings are now a part of that essential business operation. Of course, County of Honolulu, for example, has something that goes into effect next week as well. They require certain things of businesses that are operating in the county. So as with everything, if you're a business operating in a particular county, take not only a look at what's happening on the state level, but also with the county, which is publicizing its various orders as well. The other thing we did, we issued 2 executive orders. One of them deals with the healthcare facilities, and Director Okunupalong referenced that a little bit too. It's the liability provisions that people have been wondering about, and those are now in effect too. The other executive order was really another iteration of attempting to appropriately suspend certain laws that need to be suspended for the operation of government given this current situation, the stay-at-home orders. And it's just a large grouping of different things that we've heard from the agencies need to be included, somewhat from the counties, and then also from the directors directly. So I'm happy to go through some of those, but a lot of them are sort of nitpick suspensions of statutes that are affecting various operations throughout the state. So those are the two updates with respect to the EP and EO. I did go back and took a look at the question, Senator Dela Cruz, that you had regarding remote voting and what that entails. I'm happy to talk to that. Unless you want to do that offline, that's fine too.
No, you can go ahead.
Okay, so yes, it's a novel question, as a lot of these things have been in the last few weeks. But in short, the controlling aspect of this is what's set forth in the Constitution, specifically Article 3, Section 10, which says that all sessions shall be held in the capital of the state. In case the capital shall be unsafe, the governor may direct that any session be held at some other place. So of course that was written when we didn't have a pandemic to be dealing with, and it was also written before we had some other place like cyberspace, right? So that's where the interpretive language is going to become interesting. So in short, we have 2 operative provisions that I think are important. One is when the capital is unsafe and what that means, and then what this some other place means. So I do think it is within the realm of interpretation to say that a virtual forum might be the only place that is safe and makes sense for some of these things to happen now, including some of the types of activities that I think U.S. legislators might want to take. But because of the fact that really the article of the Constitution that speaks to this is silent as to remote participation, it is wise for the Senate to amend rules to allow for remote participation. And that would be the best way to proceed there, to set forth what exactly remote participation would look like in the rules that would govern the Senate on this. So our recommendation also is that if possible, because a lot of this is going to happen without a constitutional amendment, right? That would be the safest way to handle this, is to amend the Constitution and insert it there. But this is in the absence of that, trying to ensure some kind of conservative interpretation so that what the legislature decides to do is sound. We would suggest that if you were to amend your rules, that you did have some way for convening certain members to be in person at the Capitol. Rule 38, for example, requires the Senate officers to be present at the Capitol. There should be ways to be able to do that within the realm of social distancing and some of these safety measures that have to happen, but then also to allow for the need to remote in certain persons who might be in the categories that are of concern, that shouldn't even be leaving their homes and that need to remote in from these other locations. So we're happy to work with you on that and setting up some of the rules that might be in place. But that's the long and the short of the answer to the question.
Well, I mean, I don't want to detract from the, I guess, the main issue of eviction. So maybe we can, we can have questions on this after. And any other questions? Any other questions on the evictions and?
Yeah.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Okay, so Director Awakuni, I think if you could provide myself, and I'm sure the other senators would like a copy too, of something we can put up on our Facebook that gives email address or phone number to call should renters find themselves faced with eviction notices, because we've already heard of some, and I'm not sure if your lines are being are bogged down or not, but if they are, do you have plans to do maybe a two-shift work day?
We can provide you that information for our call center. Those we also have, so far we have not gotten complaints that people are unable to get through because they are able to leave voicemail messages, and then our team is able to call them back. We also are taking email messages as well and are being responsive that way. And so I can provide you with some of the links and additional information that we have up on our website. In particular, I'll note that OCP, the Office of Consumer Protection's website really has been beefed up in the last couple of weeks, especially to include a lot of this information, including the landlord-tenant frequently asked questions as well. But yes, I will provide you that information.
Thank you.
Yeah, and is it the same information for people whose rents are being jacked up? Rents that are being increased, do they call the same number or have the same contact information?
So if people have questions about rents being increased, do they call the same number?
They can also call, so for rent increases, they can also call the Office of Consumer Protection, and that information, we'll take that information as so it's the same information relating to price freezes, which is also the Office of Consumer Protection. So I will send that information to you as well.
Okay, does this also cover increasing in their parking fees? Because I'm being told that landlords are raising their parking.
I will check because I believe that there is some price freeze information that basically I think it depends on the way that the contract is included for either the rental agreement or the ownership agreement with the community association, for example. And so if it is already sort of scheduled as part of a normal increase included in that lease, and then I think in those instances, that's not prohibited by the price freeze. Otherwise, it, I think, would be, but I can get additional information for you about that as well.
These are renters, and the renters are saying that the landlord is not only increasing their rent, but also increasing their parking, their monthly parking charge. So I don't know if they think they can get around the rent increase by doing parking charge increases. So that would be helpful for us to get that information.
Okay, we would definitely want to know about those instances, and so if people could be directed to OCP to file those complaints or give us that information, that would be really helpful for us.
Thank you.
Kat, just to follow on to that, can you, when you put this together for us, that Senator Kidani asked for, can you say what the breadth of this proclamation is in terms of what the eviction protections are? So if it's any rent that cannot be increased, any rent that's being, that someone's being evicted for not paying, can you kind of itemize so that people know that it's clear that they can come to you with a complaint if it falls within those categories?
We can do that. The proclamation does include a lot of very detailed information about it, because it talks about, any failure to pay all or any portion of the rent or lease, maintenance fees, utility charges, taxes, or other fees required by the rental agreement or lease. And so it appears to be comprehensive in that respect.
So it's any,
and I think
no increase no increase to any rent that was current pre-COVID fees are to be increased. Is that part of that proclamation?
What we can do, I think what we're planning to do is, in light of this issuance today, is also update our FAQs so that we can incorporate, the new language for the proclamation, so that it's a comprehensive list for landlords and renters alike, so that they can, have a better understanding of what to expect in light of this new information. And we can forward that to you as well.
Thank you. The only reason why I'm bringing this up is because in Eva Beach we have a very unique area, Iroquois Point, the old Navy housing. The electricity is still being charged to the management company that runs the place from the Navy. So the question is, they're already getting, I'm not saying it's happening now, but before, 3 weeks ago when we brought this up before, they already was getting that they're not going to get any breaks on their rent or the electricity. So that, what Senator Kidani and Senator Donovan de la Cruz said, if we can get this sent to us, not just putting it on Facebook, so I can email it to all the residents in Iroquois Point so that they can have it on hand and maybe send it to the management company to let them know, because they already was having problems in their hike in their electric bill and going forward. So that would be really useful and helpful to send all of that to us so we can give it to our constituents. Appreciate it.
Okay, understood. Thank you, Senator.
Okay, I just have a question on Emergency Proclamation 5. If extensions or emergency order happens, will they be blanket extensions incorporating these things, or will they be piecemeal?
Well, that's exactly why we tried to put it all in now, and then we're going to be walking through what's going to be extended. There's a question as to whether or not there should be blanket extensions. I think the eviction is certainly going to be one that's going to be extended, but I think you're going to expect most of it to just be extended at this point, because a lot of it has to do with where the status of government is, where the status of the stay-at-home orders are, and where we as a state feel we are right now positioned to open up government, to open up some of these other items that have been closed down. So I think we're going to see most of them being extended, and that's still a conversation that is happening, but there may be some modifications, for example, to some of the sunshine laws or some of those things too that we've been in conversation about.
Okay, and Kat, can you let us know how many calls you've gotten on individuals being evicted?
As I said, just this week, we know that as of, it's been 50 per day. When I talked to Steve late yesterday, he was already up at about 200 calls or so for the week. So are you asking for in total or?
Yeah, so from the beginning, total, not
Okay.
just, yeah.
Okay, we can do that.
Okay.
So just a follow on. So Claire, if that's the case, those 200, because the proclamation wasn't issued till today, they're all out. There's no way to help them at all.
I don't feel comfortable giving that kind of advice yet. I'm going to need to drill down on that. So I will definitely get back to you on that. I understand the contours of what you're asking, but it might come down to a little bit of a specific case by case based on what the nature of it is. If it's a payment issue, then that would be one aspect. If it's another kind of breach, that might implicate other things. But I'm tasking our deputies to take a look at that now.
So your deputies are in touch with the DCCA, with Steve, to look at case by case on these 200 cases that have come in pre-proclamation.
Right, so yeah, exactly, the deputies who work with Kat's group all the time. So Kat's got obviously the substance, the data, we'll work with them on the legal parameters now that this is in place.
Thank you.
Okay, go ahead.
Director Awakuni, just to follow up, so for those renters who are unable to pay their rent, the owner of the home or the apartment sometimes may not be able to pay his mortgage on the properties if the renters cannot pay their rent. So are they also being given some kind of leeway by the banks that you are aware of?
We do know that if their mortgages are with a federal entity, the CARES Act has included an ability through the end of July for those borrowers to sort of ask for deferral. In addition, we have heard from a number of banks, especially local banks, to say that if people are, as a borrower, have trouble to contact their financial institution because they are working to work out additional plans. And so I think banks have really done a very good job of trying to be very responsive. They've adjusted, offered deferrals, offered additional loans if needed. So it really has been on a case-by-case basis for those people who fall outside of the parameter of not having a federal-backed loan.
Thank you, I appreciate that. And would you be able to provide us with some information and maybe a link for those mortgage, those owners of rental housing, so that they would also be able to find relief if they're not being paid rent?
Okay, yes, we have a lot of information on our websites about that and those topics in particular. So yes, we can point you to those things that you could then sort of lift and share with others.
Thank you very much.
I just have Jerry has one. Okay, so
If I could I just clarify one of the prior matters that was discussed about whether eviction proceedings that are in process now are to be suspended. And it does look like one of the deputies just reported in. I would like the opportunity to drill down a little bit more carefully because a lot of these are individualized situations, and that's part of the complexity. But it does apply to it does continue any eviction proceeding that has, or it suspends the continuation of any eviction proceeding. So it would very likely apply in that context.
Thank you.
But again, we will take a further look at that.
Thank you.
Okay, can this information be added to Haima's plans and the step down information? Each of those individual aspects of the emergency proclamation, such as lifting the eviction moratoriums, need to be cited in color-coded status if possible so that there is certainty. So the public is more transparent and they can see which tools are available at what point in time, depending on the pandemic.
Senator, you're talking about that 4 levels of alert,
correct.
That color chart?
Correct.
Okay, copy to
Kat, do you guys have a public relations or communications plan on how you're going to get this information out?
Yes, so we have since March 19th, we've issued 9 press releases, 8 of which relate to COVID in some way, and either it has related to landlord-tenant issues, providing very detailed information about scams. We've also issued information about the PPP loans because, as Washington was discussing the way that the PPP loans were issued, they were saying, these are no documentation loans, which is untrue. And so we provided very detailed information about what the banks need in order to have these businesses have their loans processed. We've also provided information about the status of different utilities and the cable operators as well. In addition, what we've been doing is we've been pushing paid ads and working with our industries as well and coordinating the ads that they put out as well. So we have most of DCCA ads. We're kind of going for the kind of greatest value, and so I've been pushing out to Facebook as well.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. I just feel concerned since the last few meetings we had. Different communities have been having the drive-up screening, yeah? Because if you look at the big sign says COVID screening, right? So you go in there, you drive up, you stay in the line for about a couple hours, fill out all the papers, they take all your information. Then you don't get the actual test because you got to pass all the screening. But I wanted to know if you guys know that is it proper procedure, because the community wants to know, to be tested for strep throat and regular flu before they even consider you taking the test for the COVID. Because this is what's happening in my community. They had about 5 or 6 of them already, and people have been waiting in line because the sign says screening for COVID, but they fill out all the paper, then they do a strep throat test, yeah, which is $25 a pop that they charge to their insurance company, because they think it's no cost to them, they're going to charge the insurance company. But do the insurance companies know that this drive-by, not all of them, I'm not saying all of them doing it, but most of them that is doing it, is that proper procedure? Because I asked the Department of Health if there's any oversight to this drive-by screening, because there's a lot of complaints, not only from my community, but other communities, that they're being offered tests that they're not going there to have screening or even have tests for. Do you know?
I don't know. I think I may need to get more information from you because I'm not certain whether this is
DCCA.
sort of a Department of Health issue that we would need to coordinate with them on. Yeah.
Yeah, but the reason why they're saying that is a lot of them felt that they stayed in line for 2 hours and they felt like it was a bait and switch and they got scammed. That they went there for one thing and they waited and waited and waited, and then when they finally got their turn, and then find out too now, not all the sites had enough testing kits. They had enough guys to do the screening, but they only could offer a certain amount of testing kits. So if you have 200 people in the line and you know for a fact you only have 50 testing kits, then that's kind of deceiving the public. Because if you did have more than 50, you wouldn't be offered to give them any more testing because you only had a limit of 50. But now people are waiting in line 200 at a time because they're all panicking and they see the big sign, COVID screening, right? Oh, you drive up because you're all scared, you like check yourself out. Then you find out you're getting strep throat and flu tests. And then you find out they're charging your HMSA and Blue Cross, but they're not taking Kaiser. They're taking everything else but that. And that's the reason why I'm bringing it up, because they're advertising it in the morning that it's a free. Yeah, the screening is free. But any kind of physical testing, they're going to charge your medical. That's not free. People say, oh, but your medical can pay for it. Yeah, but it's not free. Somebody's paying. So don't advertise free screening when it's really not free. Somebody's paying for it. The only one is free from the Department of Health was from the state. When they do the screening, it's free. Like they did for us downstairs when we did the testing. We didn't get charged to our insurance. But other than that, it's fly-by-night people, which is important, don't get me wrong, but this can be for the Attorney General and you to look into, because somebody needs to have an oversight, because the Department of Health, when I talked to Anderson about it, he didn't know. He didn't know if had anybody looking into it or even having an oversight. It's a great feel-good thing, but make sure that our people, our kapuna, who are the most vulnerable, are not getting scammed into a situation that they're going there for something and then they're not getting it and then they're dissatisfied, you know? And then the person tells them, oh, don't worry, you're not paying for it. We're going to charge your insurance. That's not the point, you know? So if you can, please, can you guys find out for us and find out if somebody can have an oversight on that? Appreciate it.
Okay, I can talk with Department of Health about that too, because it sounds like there's a lot of overlap and a lot of Department of Health jurisdiction there. But yes, I will definitely work on that.
Thank you very much. I figured I'd put it out there. Thank you.
Okay, Director Apuni, there was recent articles about the Paycheck Protection Program disaster nationwide. Can you give us any kind of insight as to how it's going in Hawaii?
I think as you see from a number of the articles, Hawaii did fairly well, considering that, and I think, you know, the Bankers Association was representing that we did better than sort of our fair share, so to speak, which is helpful. The amount has been, the limit that was imposed via the CARES Act has been reached, and so no additional amounts are going to be funded, as you know, after that April 15th, without additional action from Congress. And so thankfully, Hawaii banks were able to get through more than 11,000 loans on behalf of small businesses for Hawaii, or in Hawaii rather.
No, that's terrific. What about the Business Action Center? What role are they playing right now?
So Business Action Center is part of our business registrations division, and they are still working from home and are all doing a lot of the processing that is necessary, as you will see in some of the information that we published about some of the detailed information that banks need to have in order to fund these PPP loans. One of the aspects is, you know, they need to have evidence of good standing, and so team are working really hard to pump that information out as quickly as they can. And BAC, the Business Action Center, is part of that process.
Okay. So they, to some extent, they got redeployed to other areas to deal with urgent needs.
Essentially, yes. I mean, because that's really where Business Action Center is normally kind of a one-stop shop for kind of doing that hand-holding with people of, here's how you can fill out the form to establish your brand new LLC. You can get the information relating to the GE and fill out that information as well. But because we've shuttered our doors to prevent the spread of this infectious disease, what's happened is we really are having those team members focus really on just the processing of the actual information. So it's more the back end rather than the customer upfront kind of hand-holding that normally occurs.
Okay, so do you have a shortage or do you need more people?
Not at present. What we've managed to do is have people really within their same divisions kind of assess who needs to do what and where those challenges are, and have been able to kind of help each other in that particular way.
Okay, so you've redeployed internally.
Yes.
Okay. Quick question: does the emergency proclamation prohibit the accrual of late fees for non-payment of rent?
Let me pull it up again.
Yeah. Because if you don't pay, you get charged a late fee, right? So as the late fees build up, so would the tenant still have to pay the late fee even though they can't pay the rent? And as it accrues?
Yeah, perhaps the Attorney General, it looks like it says failure to pay all or any portion of the rent or lease, maintenance fees, utility charges, taxes, or other fees required by the rental agreement.
Okay, so the late fee, as long as it's part of the rental agreement, is covered.
I think we would need to seek confirmation from the Attorney General's office as well.
That's a plausible interpretation. Other fees required by the rental lease agreement. So if there's a late fee in the agreement that gets assessed if you haven't paid, if you pay after May 5th, you get assessed this higher rental, then that would be a fee that's associated or required.
Okay. Okay, any other questions for Director Alcuni?
Just have one real quick one, Kat. The other services that you provide, or complaints that are coming, RICO and other areas of DCCA, are those continuing on, or are they suspended, or how are you handling cases that are pending?
Every division at DCCA is operational, and so all of our activities are ongoing. We're in some instances a little bit slower than we had been previously, because we have asked our investigators, please don't go out because we want to protect your health and safety, whereas they normally would have gone out to interview people. They're trying to do things telephonically, whereas in particular with RICO, as to your question, we would have sent them into the field to conduct those kinds of investigations. We've asked them to do what they can from home, telephonically or via email. And so thankfully, all of the calls are coming in. The team has been really very responsive and tremendously helpful in providing all of that information and being very responsive. And we're still processing all of the complaints that are coming into RICO, for example.
So you're still getting complaints in that you're taking as well, not just the pending?
Correct. Correct, yes. We're still taking in complaints. We're still processing all of them.
Thank you.
Okay, if no other questions for Director Alcuni, thanks, Kat. And then I think we have some questions for Attorney General. So thank you.
Thank you, Kat.
Thank you.
Okay, so let's go back to, does anyone have questions on the Attorney General's first, or general opinion on interpretation on voting? The voting remotely, or no? Okay, if I have a question on chapter 21. So specifically, chapter 21-16.
Chapter 21-16.
Yeah, and then 21-8. And then I'll just say it all at once. And then, and chapter, and 21F-8. And so those 3 specific sections.
What was the second one? Sorry, Senator.
21-8, 21-16, and 21F-8.
Okay.
So I'm not sure if you heard our conversation earlier with the Chief of Staff and our inability to get information. So if you can just kind of go over those 3 sections and inform the community what our options are.
Okay. You want me to follow up? Or?
No, if you can inform the committee about those 3 sections, what are the powers that are allowed?
Right now, or?
Yeah, and just in brief.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well, I was actually on a conference call during the way up until hearing today, so I did not actually see any of the prior testimony today. So that's the caveat. I'm not sure the substance, but looking at these provisions, I have a sense of where your interest in our position lies. It looks like the provisions regarding cooperation with the legislative committees and requirements for for executive departments to cooperate with the legislature. Those are the provisions of concern.
Yeah, correct.
Okay, so I best take a look at what specifically happened in the prior session, since I did not observe it myself. But I think I understand what you'd like is some thoughts about cooperation with the legislature.
Yeah, so I mean, my understanding is 21-16. It's a very short paragraph. I think it's just one sentence. The officers and employees of the state and of each county shall cooperate with any investigating committee or committees or with their representatives and furnish to them or to their representatives such information as may be called for in connection with the research activities of the committee. And so that's something that I guess our committee has got concern with, because some of the information has been requested to the departments which we haven't received yet. And the other two sections would help us with compliance. 21F-8 is specifically for budget matters, and so it almost reiterates what I just said, but it expands it specifically for budget and revenues and expenditures. So I'm not sure that the Chief of Staff is aware of these sections that need to be complied with.
You need to explain what you asked the departments, and she's trying not to do it again.
Yep, I understand those 2 sections, and I will.
Yeah, I mean,
will relate something there.
because we want to get information so we can actually one, do our legislative job, and 2, provide information to the public.
Got it. Okay. Aware of them. I will make her aware of them, and then regarding any potential action, it sounds like obviously the position of the Attorney General is somewhat unique, right? Because we represent the legislature, we represent the executive. So it looks like we might have to set up some kind of a wall, which we do all the time, then I'll have to look into that a little bit more too, in terms of the second part. But in terms of the making sure that the patients are made aware of that.
Okay. And I guess 21-8 allows us, if we don't get the information we need, 21-8 allows us another option, which unfortunately would be more extreme.
All right, as I look at now, it's yes, an investigating committee are certain that there are certain provisions here. So I think what best we should do is let me just, because it looks like we're being asked to do two things, which is fair. One is to advise the chief of staff to use two prior provisions you talked about. The other is to advise the legislature on possible action. So I think just to ensure there's no conflict, I'm going to just cognizant of the two different potential clients there in that mix. So I understand the first part, and I will certainly handle that. As to the second part, let me just think through any potential conflicts on that. I can be sure to advise appropriately and without any conflict to the legislature.
Okay. Okay. Just a quick question. These two statutes, I don't see may, so they're not really optional.
Sorry, they're not really what?
They're not optional.
Discretionary.
Or they're not discretionary.
Shall. I see the word shall as well. Yes.
Okay. Any
Shall.
questions?
Yes.
No.
That's the terminology.
It's not even. It's in the statute. It's not beyond our Senate rules even. Yeah, Senator Kim.
Claire, just a follow-up. I thought we had posed to you the question of the 14-day quarantine for travelers, that we can require that they have a 14-day reservation. Otherwise, we can send them back. You were going to check to see on that. Is that correct? Did you follow up with that?
Yes, so it's not so much a direct legal question, but what I did do is I have had conversations with General Hara and the governor about that exact issue, and the question is a larger one. I think it has to do with some of the concerns that you raised, Senator, regarding what happens when the individual leaves the airport and goes to the place of quarantine, and then if they're going to leave within 5 days, the same concern, leaving getting to the airport. So there are some other thought processes in terms of policy that I understand are happening with the tourism industry, with the hotels being a possibility for sites where these individuals could go. So that's my understanding of where the policy issues are headed.
Okay, so you're saying that in lieu of sending them back, if they don't have a reservation for 14 days, that there are some other policies that the governor and General Hara is working on?
Correct. Yes. In order to deal with that concern about what happens when someone only wants to inform at hotel for 5 days here, and addressing those concerns that you had raised, that they're still going to be mixing to some extent because they have to get from the airport to the hotel, and then from the hotel back to the airport.
So why can't we just make them go back?
Well, that's because there's due process concerns there with just forcing somebody to get back on the airplane, and that's why the way we're dealing with it is saying you have to have a designated location. You don't, you could be arrested, and that has happened. And there are individuals who've sat in prison for a couple of days and decided, I'm not going to do this. I'm going to go ahead and take one of those HTA-funded flights back. So those are the options. You can go back. You can get a designated quarantine location that is appropriate, and then you can, or you can be arrested.
Okay, it just doesn't seem in tune with everything that if we can send them back if they don't have a reservation or they won't want to comply, but if it's shorter than 14 days, we can't send them back. To me, they're going to just take our resources, utilize our resources already, trying to figure out if their accommodations is in fact a real place, like we had yesterday, where they used a P.O. box. But the fact of the matter is, if the quarantine day is 14 days, if we let them know in advance, Hawaii has a policy, if you don't have a 14-day quarantine place, that you should not come. And if you do come, we're going to send you back.
Right, and I think the front end of that is right. We could talk about changing the policy. It's the second end that we can't just send them back because of due process considerations. We can arrest them for violating the rules or the orders that are in place and then process them through the system and do what HTA has done and create some kind of a fund to help them get back if they don't want to comply and they're going to be arrested.
So we can look forward for the policy to change, that they need to have a reservation or something for 14 days.
Right, I understand that policy aspect. Yes, that front end, I do understand.
So that policy is correct. They have to have a reservation for 14 days.
Right, well, as a 14-day reservation, but I think if, for example, that 5-day alternative, I think if they were in the state and they were going to be taken from the hotel or from the airport to the hotel, there was some kind of concern mitigated there about exposing people, taxi cab drivers or Uber, and then they stay in the hotel. And I think there's going to be some effort to ensure that the hotels with quarantined individuals have and are abiding by certain policies, and then they go right back to the airport. That might another policy way to address the concern, and that would be the visitor industry. That would be, as opposed to law enforcement, that would be taking on the cost hits there.
Okay, I just think we're making everything harder on us than just setting some strict policies and giving information and giving it out and then carrying it forward. And those are the things I guess I'll bring up with HTA because they're up next. But these are concerns that we're really taxing our resources here in Hawaii because we don't have strong enough policies to begin with. We seem to be trickling them every time we find there's a problem, and these are the kinds of recommendations this committee has been making since day one. And that's why we're so frustrated, and the public is frustrated with us because we can't seem to get these kinds of policies done quick enough. So I hope you take that back to the governor. Thank you.
I will.
Senator Kidan.
Thank you. Attorney General Connors, I think, when I looked at the form that was requested of the visitors or required of the visitors to sign, there on the form itself, they don't include a place for an address, number one, nor do they say that, you have to be, that you could be quarantined in a place designated by the state. I don't know if you've seen the form, but maybe maybe you could review the form to make sure that they're putting the information on the form correctly, and so that if it's not answered or if it is answered, that they can act upon that form. But I think the form itself maybe needs to be reworked.
Okay, fair enough, Senator Gadani. And that form, I worked on that extensively, and it has continued to change as we've heard feedback from the counties with respect to enforcement, and as prosecutors have looked at it. So the form does reference the ag form, it does reference the inter-island form, and the language now reads that you have to truthfully and accurately and fully complete and sign these forms. And these forms are what's designating that location. And that's what's the enforceable component of that. So it references those. It also does so now in the last section. It says that all information is contained herein. And it also says, including the address of my designated quarantine location and my telephone number. So that's been a recent change to that form. I believe you're talking about the 2-page quarantine order form that everybody has to initial and sign, and it's witnessed. Correct. So those components have been added.
Yes, because while it refers to the ag form is not really a requirement. I mean, I've traveled many times, and sometimes it gets picked up by the attendants, and sometimes it doesn't. So is the ad form a required document?
Yes, the whole process has changed from the last time you and I both flew, where they would hand out the form and then they would pick it up at some point prior to landing. The whole process has changed. Now what happens is that form, that ad form, is part of the processing at the checkpoint. So you have your ad form, you fill it completely, no more of this getting picked up on the airplane before you land. It's actually now verified at the checkpoint. Not only the ad form, but if you're traveling inter-island, there's an inter-island declaration form that is the checkpoint. You include your address, you include your phone number, you sign it. All of that part of what is witnessed now on that 2-page order for quarantine. The process is completely different from how you and I last probably witnessed it when we traveled. And it's for especially the reasons you raised, Senator, so that we can have PC to arrest. Because if you filled out that ad form and it was verified and signed, and the checkpoint personnel looked at and checked your identification and put that unique number on the form, and then you lied about it, you're guilty of a crime, and you can be arrested and prosecuted. So that's the process that's been vetted for all the different concerns you raised with prosecutors and police officers. So that's how it stands now.
So the woman that was arrested yesterday put a P.O. box address on the form, and it wasn't caught, so she didn't lie. But she was arrested because...
So the counties are handling these arrests. I mean, it's the local police officers. The state is, for the most part, obtaining the information, trying to rework the information to make it enforceable by the counties. But my understanding, there's at least 2 cases I'm hearing of one person who didn't put a P.O. box, but she was the old sports authority or something like that, right? So there was that issue, and the question is, how do we deal with it? Since she was armed and she was arrested, and she was processed through the system, and that's good. That means something is working there. I'm not aware of the P.O. box, but obviously that's not a place you can live. That shouldn't have been an allowable designated quarantine if somebody put a P.O. box on there.
Okay, thank you.
I have
Attorney General, do you have any clarity on whether a passenger can voluntarily agree to location tracking for quarantine purposes?
Yes, you can voluntarily give up information into kind of web-based system, and you can sign terms that are by you, and that is that.
So is that part of the process now at the airport?
Are you referring to the app, Senator?
Yeah.
Yes, so I do think that the app has been incorporated, because the last iteration of the form that I reviewed included, as part of that attestation I just discussed with Senator Kidani, filling out the forms on the Safe Travels website truthfully, completely, and accurately. So the failure to do that now, there's also a potential violation. So you are not only required to do that, the information, I think, is still voluntary in terms of the app, but it's now part of the enforcement. You can put that information in there, don't lie about it, because it's going to be relied upon.
Okay. So how many times do you think people are going to have to go through because people are leaving the airport with the information unverified? And it's only if they get caught, then they're going to there's penalties, and then they could go to jail. I guess what the committee was trying to get at was, how can we verify the information before leaving the airport, so that you don't use resources, as Senator Kim mentioned, on tracking people and chasing people down and getting them arrested?
Right. So I think there are some things that have been implemented, and we discussed the HPA is calling and checking and confirming. So one of the questions could be, can that be somehow front-ended, right? But I think we have to look at the manpower issues. We have to look at what's required at the front-end verification, and whether or not the policy level decision, other way to go about doing that, right? So that and I think we discussed this last time, and again, it's a policy issue, so it's not something really read into, but the idea of having hotels be the place where people go, and that be verified much more readily than a residential address. The other things that we're about back and forth is possibly how to take more front-end type actions that could enable the TVUs that are still operating illegally, or the B&Bs that are still operating illegally, and kind of incorporate more enforcement there. So I think there are some policy conversations that are going on to address those concerns.
Yeah, I don't think the manpower issue is real. As was mentioned, we had 30,000 visitors a day coming in, and now we're down to just less than a couple hundred. So we have.
I think that's right. Some of the front end verification type approaches that I've seen do require more manpower than exists now for this type of activity. But I think the manpower is there, and it's not going to be an issue given the number of people that we come in. While we have actually this opportunity now to think about some of those methods and approaches, because we're not dealing with 30,000 people a day. We're dealing with a smaller group.
Yeah, and I don't think airports has let anyone go, so they still have about 1,600 people working for the airports, and so that's where we had asked the airport's deputy director to see if he could reassign and redeploy people internally to do some of the verification instead of relying on the National Guard to do it.
And I think what's happening is it's some combination. The National Guard is there. Obviously, sheriffs are not too far in case there's some kind of confrontation. But I do hear you. I think that DOT is running point on the checkpoint. Then, of course, in combination with HTA about what happens to the information afterwards, right?
Yeah, I just wonder how many times it's going to have to happen for us to finally decide to do it at the front end.
Right, and from the vantage where I'm sitting, it's coming to us from where the county's enforcement needs are identified. Are they having difficulty on the system that's in place? And as those get heard, and that's the only input that I have. I think there are other conversations going on with other people who are directly with the policy, but I'm focused on ensuring that as an enforcement tool, what we're hearing from the police officers and the prosecutors makes sense for them.
Senator Marwa.
So I just want to clarify, Claire, thank you. On the verification of the address and the phone number, you say it's now on this quarantine sheet, that they do have the address, because last night I heard the mayor speaking, and Kathy Sokugawa, who's the Department of Planning and Permitting, they're the short-term rental enforcers. And she was saying that it was hard for them to enforce because sometimes what's on the address is IAEA or, a commercial, a business place of residence, and it's not a residence, so they can't enforce. So I think it's really critical on the front end for the address to be verified so that, in fact, it's not a P.O. box, it's not IAEA, it's an actual place of residence or a hotel. And I wondered whether you could make sure that that's the policy on the front end, not necessarily all of the heavy-duty restrictions on the front end, but at least to make sure there is a place of residence that's real, and that they can call there at the airport before letting the person out of the airport into our community. Once they're in the community, as the case yesterday, person is roaming around and no way of finding that person unless some person, like the neighborhood board person who spoke last night on TV, saying, oh, this person doesn't belong here. This person is, a visitor, having not been kept and withheld at the front end. And I think that's the concern. How can we do that to make sure it's verified, at least a place of residence before they leave the airport, to prevent that kind of thing from happening? And it would help enforcement at the county end, having an actual address and that person not being there at the address. So I'm asking whether you can, in fact, talk to General Hara and the airports to make sure that that information is actually on the quarantine sheet or the app, and it's actually verified that there is an address and that person is going to a specific residence. And some of those are short-term rentals, and the county can pick it up. So I really strongly urge you to do that. The other question question I had is on the quarantine itself. If we're expecting people to be going to their residence or to a hotel, can we charge them and shuttle them so we know they're going to the place? I read some of the HTA reports, and they're calling these people, and they're not at home. You know, there's a busy, there's a no answer, and people aren't there in the room. So I think there really needs to be some way in which we can charge them, take them by shuttle, make sure they're there at the residence, and make sure if it's a hotel, that the hotel knows these people aren't supposed to get out of the room. They are supposed to have food delivered. They are not to be leaving their room except for medical emergencies. So can we require them to pay a surcharge for taking them by taxi to the hotel or residence, giving them a mask, because they don't have masks, I think, when they come off the flight, and also paying for the hotel. If they need to be quarantined in a hotel and they have no residence, they either stay in the hotel, go to jail, or go home. So give them the options, but they need to pay for the services that we're providing. Can we do that?
Okay, so there was a lot there, Senator, so let me see if I can break it down. So first of all, with respect to, for example, the masks, as I mentioned, we did incorporate that into the last EP. So now, if you're going to be on an airplane, you're required to comply with CDC guidance and with respect to the cloth face coverings. So some of those things have put into place. In terms of the shuttling of people to and from the airport, which is the concern that Senator Kim raised last time, and is one that I engaged in some conversation about, I think that's fair. And so one of the questions is, if, for example, individuals are staying at hotels, can hotels provide that shuttle, right? Can they provide a shuttle so that we're at least aware of the people getting from the airport into the shuttle to the hotel, and then from the hotel back to the airport? That's something that we could explore. And I know that the hotel industry, I have not been a part of those conversations, but I know that the hotel industry has been working with General Hara and has been looking to try to be very helpful there. And then the second part, again, I'm not part of these conversations, but is making sure that hotels know what is required of them. If they have guests in their hotel who are quarantined, what kind of operational policy type things they need to incorporate in terms of ensuring that the individuals stay where they are, that there's some kind of reporting that happened at the level of the hotel too, not just the calls in from HTA to the room direct. How can that be further more robustly expanded? So I think those are some of the things that are in the works already. Now, in terms of the surcharge issue, which also goes to what Senator Downey had asked of us to take a look at last time, that's what made a question, right? But the primary issue is it would have to fall, as you as legislators know, would have to fall under some kind of emergency power for the governor to be able to enact some taxing authority or some kind of fee, right? That's the province of the legislature to generally do. So we've looked at it, and it does not look like there is any authority for the governor to raise the TAT on these individuals or to somehow increase any taxing component there. That's not allowed under even any reading of the governor's emergency powers. But if we were to look at the governor's emergency powers and what's provided for some kind of a fee, there's nothing that says that he is allowed to raise revenue in a time of emergency, so that's not something that he's expressly allowed to do. But if we're talking about tying it to something like the provision of quarantine services or the provision of some of these kinds of requirements that you just mentioned, Senator, then possibly there's a way to do that. There's a way to make that connection between the emergency powers and then the ability to provide or require quarantine, and then the ability to require people to pay for that. The one issue, though, is, as you know, with setting up some kind of special fund that would be required to meet the test, that takes the legislator, that requires legislative action. So that's where we stand with that. The ability for the governor to do it, I think we could interpret the emergency powers to allow it in this kind of circumstance if we were talking about a But in terms of being able to designate it to a special fund, like was discussed, a quarantine fund or some kind of fund that would directly pay for those costs, need the legislature to set up that fund so that it can be appropriately dispersed. So
Claire, what if it was a fee? So for you pay for your shuttle service, you pay for your room, that it would be given to the hotel or HTA as a cost that we are providing a service. So it's not really a surcharge, it's actually a fee for service.
We should just stop all essential non-travel.
I mean, can that be us?
Right, so that's, we did look at that, the idea of being a user fee or some regulatory fee, and there's a test that applies to that. So if you're going to have it be a regulatory fee, for example, you need an agency to assess it, but again, you need a special fund to designate the money to go towards so you can make the go for the purposes.
Could I just have one more question? Can we, at the end of this 14-day period, require them to be tested so that before they're actually out of the room, that they come back for a test or a screen, so that we're ensured that they actually are negative when they leave the room? Can we ask or can we require them to take a test at the end of the 14-day period so that we could be assured that they are testing negative? Can we do that?
Require them to take a test before they leave quarantine. So at the end of the 14, sorry, it's a little garbled, so at the end of the 14-day quarantine period, they'd be required to be tested before they are allowed to go out free and clear into the public?
Yes. Can we
Yes.
apply that?
Right, so mandatory testing, that might make some of the due process issues. So I would have to, of course, we could offer it to them, and anything that's voluntary that's part of could be offered, but in terms of whether we could mandate it, I would have to just take a look at some of the provisions that would govern if you can mandate people to take tests, and I can follow up on that.
Because we are requiring them in the beginning, right? When they come off the plane, they are screened, at least that thermal.
Oh, yes, you can do a non-invasive, you could do a thermal, yes, you could do a thermal test, you could screen them for temperature, those types of things, yes. But the type of COVID testing, I think, is a little bit more invasive. I think there's a lot of different tests out there right now, and that's part of the issue. But some of the ones I've seen look a little invasive, so that might be different. But in terms of a thermal scan, like we do at the airport, now, of course, the airport is a border, right? So there's fewer rights that attach there. But let me look into that.
Thank you. Thank you.
Attorney General, so if we required quarantine at the airport, we could charge for associated costs at the airport?
If there is, if the legislature set up a special fund that requires legislative authority to do, so that's part of the test as to whether or not that kind of fee, regulatory or user fee, could be instituted. So that's normally when we're in emergency, the legislature is not necessarily out of session, so that is one of the complicating things. But one part of that is the creation of the special fund that will test as to the money coming for this purpose and be utilized for that purpose is connected, right? So that does require legislative action.
Can you hear me? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, can I ask a follow-up question to that?
Yeah, go ahead.
Sure.
Okay. Why can't we repurpose the, don't we have a special fund at the airport? Why can't we just, what's the actual legal requirement for the language in the special fund that you're referring to?
Well, if we were to set up a new special fund, that was my understanding, that we were going to be setting up a special fund we would be taxing tourists or travelers who come into our state with a surcharge that would go directly to offsetting or paying the cost to quarantine or providing masks or whatever it is. So if that's the question is posed, then that three-part test will look at regulatory fee or user fee, it going to a special fund, and then it being utilized for that money as opposed to for something else. So that's how it's implicated in this particular context. As to what funds are currently set up.
A fund could not be enacted by the governor pursuant to his emergency authority. It would need to be legislatively created and then legislatively tied to a special fund. Is that what you're saying?
Correct. The legislature generally sets up the special fund, and I don't see anything in the emergency powers that are attributed to the governor in a situation like this that would allow him to cross over that separation of powers into the legislative aspect of it.
But if we chose to do it, you're saying it could be done?
If you wanted to set up a special fund like this, and we could say that under the emergency powers that the governor has the authority to do it, yes, a special fund could. Of course, the legislature could do it, right? Yes.
Okay, thank you.
What's supposed to be is whether or not the governor could do it under his emergency powers or something.
But the hotels can set up a fund, couldn't they?
Yeah, not in government.
Hotels would, yes, hotels, my understanding is they could set up, certainly they
Yeah,
could set
because
up.
they do the resort fees, they could do a COVID-19 fee that's required by government or that we suggested, because if we pass on this cost or direct the hotels, then they can then collect it from the visitor.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Senator, I did not hear that.
I'm just saying that if we tell the hotels they have to incur the cost of these guests to be safe, and they have to they can then pass on the cost to the hotel, their visitors to pay this fee when they check out, right?
So that's what I had been talking about before wasn't requiring hotel.
I know, I'm just saying that's an alternative to trying to, we can't create a special fund right now. So that might be an alternative, because that's exactly what I'm saying. We're spinning our wheels to do all of this for 200 visitors at a time. I mean, it's crazy. You know, we should be turning them away or having the hotels or somebody else create these fees that they can get reimbursed for. And maybe then the visitors won't come for 5 days, because I know they don't come to sit in a hotel room for 5 days. That's not what they're planning on doing. They're planning on coming here for 5 days and going out.
I mean, I think you're right. I think the 30,000 people who used to come to town don't want to sit into a hotel, which is why we have, 100 or so now. But that's, but yes, I think there are definitely concerns about the individuals who are coming in if we're finding out that they are intentionally law. I mean, those are people who need to be arrested and prosecuted because they're breaking the law.
So I got another legal question for you. And again, everything that you're saying, all the senators right here are going to be sucking our resources. Again, I bring this up again. We can, and you can, and anybody that have access to the airport can, find out if these guys have made them 1 year, 2 months, 6 years, whatever in advance. If you know that these guys made their reservations, which the airlines have a manifest, said Joe Smith made his reservation in March. You know already that he ain't coming here for a vacation. He coming here because the fees are cheap. And he probably not gonna make reservations at the hotel. He's gonna take his chance to find a beach rental or a cheaper lodging. So he's gonna come here on that $70 flight, come here, and he made his reservation 3 days ago because everything is accessible to Hawaii. So instead of burdening the hotels, burdening our airports and everything, just ask them on a daily basis. I don't know who can do that. The governor can request this, but each airlines have a manifest of their passengers. When they made the reservation, if they get bags, or when they return flight, all of that. So you have somebody, whoever assigned to that, all the 700 employees that are not working, look through this manifest and say, hey, Joe Smith get 3 days. He made his reservation last Friday. No. Let's call the airlines at the airport that he's leaving. Tell him, no, sir, you gotta wait till the pandemic is over. That would be less resources on our state than trying to make up a special fund, trying to use resources, trying to get our law enforcement involved, trying to make the hotels do certain things, when it's a simple thing. Each airlines, Hawai'i, Alaska, I don't care what airlines, they have a manifest. Okay? All we have to do is have somebody sit in one place, look through this manifest. If there's a red flag, you call the airport, Alex, whatever, New York, whatever. You call the airport and say, hey, Joe Smith is coming for 3 days. He knows Hawaii is in a pandemic, the whole world is in a pandemic, and he made his flight just last week. Let him know he cannot board the plane. Then it takes away from all of the shenanigans that we're trying to do. Because the manifest is easy, and they did this back in the early 90s, in the 80s, when they were trying to stop homeless and drugs coming into Hawaii. Until they would stop them in maybe like the early, maybe late 90s. So there is a possibility, because you know why? I'll give you an example. Lake Readers of Hawaii, long time ago. How did you, when tourists was coming in? They look at the manifest. Oh, 50 tourists coming in. We'll run over there with leis, sing them a Sioux song, do a little hula, give them a lei. That's how they used to know when tourists was coming in. Because they'll check the manifest. But now the airlines don't want to share that.
Control this.
So we need to go back, and as you as the Attorney General and the Governor, you guys can insist to have that information and insist to have people making those calls. Instead of burning the tourism industry to making these calls. Okay. So please, can you look into it? Sorry.
Yes, Senator, I'll be sure to convey this to General Hart and the Governor.
Okay.
Thank you guys.
Okay, we still have airports and HTA. So any like information that, not questions, information that you want the Attorney General to provide.
Yep, that was it. I know that they can do it.
Okay, and I'm just following up to make sure that you got the memo asking for budget cuts, and if you guys can respond in a timely manner, please.
Or were you told by?
Yes, we've been engaged that very same process, and we look forward to collaborating on how we're going to move forward with all those issues.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Good weekend. Take care.
You too. Okay, so next on the agenda we have airports and we have HTA.
Is airports on?
Airports it should be on.
Okay, Jade, Ross, you guys ready?
And then you have the Excel right there. It's on that long there. Okay, whatever you
Airport.
We're on.
Yeah. You have an update before we begin?
Hello?
Yeah. Do you have an update before we begin?
Yes. Good afternoon, Chair Noah Cruz and members of the Senate COVID Committee. On the line today is with me is Director Jay Bouquet and Park Murakami to discuss the recommend to verify self-quarantine locations of visitors and residents from continental U.S. and international flights. I'd like to also welcome our partners from HTA, Chris Tatum and Keith Reagan. For your recommendation and approval of General Kenneth Hara, the Airports Division, with the assistance of HTA, has developed a plan to verify all information on the Agricultural Declaration Form and the Inter-Island Declaration Form. At this time, I'd like to now turn it over to the HTA to explain the verification plan.
Okay, thanks, Ross, and thanks for inviting us.
Thank you for being here.
Thanks for being here.
If it's all right, would you mind if I go over a few things that we're doing at HTA first, and then we'll...
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, because we have the process. Hopefully a lot of the questions that you had before. Our team has been working with the airport. Believe it or not, late at night I do look at the videos of what your questions are, and I think hopefully you'll see that we're trying to do the best we can and trying to listen, because both you and the counties have given some great ideas and great direction on it. So we'll share that with you.
Keep it concise, please.
Yes, absolutely. Okay. First of all, So since the beginning of the pandemic, the focus of HCA is to move as much, obviously get the 250,000 visitors out of the state of Hawaii. And that was the process, working with the industry. We went from 30,000 a day to a little less than 130 a day average. We've ended up closing 129 hotels. And the folks that are still coming here, just so it's clear to you, I don't want them here. At the end of the day, this is my home, and I don't want anyone coming here right now. It's not a good experience, and I don't want them bringing the challenges or the virus, or I also don't want them putting any more pressure on our health system. So that's clearly what we've been trying to do. We continue to communicate that to the industry. We actually put out some recent communication to the trades, because the trades were still putting some information out on their magazines. We put a letter out to them asking them to stop that. As much as it's beautiful and everything, that we don't want that right now. This is not the time to come to Hawaii. So that's the focus right now. Just a couple other pieces. We understand the challenges in the community, especially in our business community, canceling the Merry Monarch, a lot of the other things that we had to cancel. So we are supporting the pop-up Makeke marketplace that is happening on Wednesdays. It's a online opportunity, and they've gone up over $80,000 in income so far on that program.
Some of it for me.
Yeah. So thank you for the support of that. Also, the Hawaiian entertainers, they're taking a hit too during this process, and so normally they'd have a great May Day concert. This time it's going to be online, and it's going to be a May Day, and we're supporting that also. So please, hopefully you'll have a chance to see that. We're excited about that. A couple of things. Obviously, you heard before, the Visitor Aloha Society, we're working with them on folks who do not have accommodations to give them an opportunity to go back. We also, just so you know, most of the airlines will take them back anyway, but if they can't, for some reason or another, we will support that with funding to get them back. We don't want them here, especially if they don't have accommodations, but like I said, I don't want them here now anyway. So we're going to we continue to do that. I think we've done 11 so far. And then Hotels for Heroes started a couple weeks ago. We've had 900 room nights booked for our first responders and the healthcare professionals, and that's across the state. So I think it's a great opportunity for us to thank them and give recognition, and also give them a chance to rest. The other thing is, we just had Scott Murakami come over to the convention center today again. On Monday, they're going to start moving in with the unemployment guys, and we're going to help them from a process standpoint and IT standpoint at the convention center. I think it's a great opportunity. It's easy access, and we've got the facilities. They're going to be working 24 hours a day, so we have the security to help them, and we're going to do everything we can to make sure we feed them and do everything we can to support those people as they take care of our residents. Other than that, the last thing is, we are not campaigning, having any campaigns, marketing of any sort. We have been doing that for a month and a half now, and we will continue to not do. And the time will come that we'll want the business back, but not now. We don't want it back now. I apologize. I sent you guys a lot of data, a lot of files, a lot of information. Our role right now, the HCA, is communications, data collection, and supporting the mitigation of the virus. The main area I know that you want to talk about is the quarantine process. We've had a chance to work with the airports. Originally, when this whole thing started, the idea was, hey, they're on a 14-day quarantine. We're going to call them, make sure the hotel knows they're coming, and ask the hotel, and they have a process. And I sent you a thing today what the hotels do when they come in, check in. This is what the quarantine is. Please sign this and all that, and what the services are. It is becoming a challenge. It has become a challenge. There's a lot of them, and it's evolving. And what we did is, I'm going to ask Keith Reagan to come up, if that's all right, and share with you what our process is. He's actually put together a flow chart so you understand what our process is. and we're open for any recommendations you have on how we can improve it. Is that all right?
Okay, anybody have questions for?
Later on, you come back up, right? You come back up and go?
Okay, why don't we do the presentation first? And then
Okay, thank you.
Wait, Pete, we're going to sanitize before we go.
Okay.
Flowchart up here, please. Sorry, the flowchart's up here too.
Oh, if you want, I have an updated process flowchart based on the change in the process from this morning, so. Can I just do that to you?
Yeah, I got it online too.
I think you distribute one.
We'll get scanned. Please scan it for me.
Is it okay if I take my mask off? Sorry. It's hard to talk with this on, but okay, so I guess, Senators, if it's okay, I can start with the deplaning process, because I think that's something that perhaps has been on your minds and you've been talking about, and I want to provide some clarity in terms of what's actually happening. Since this process started back in March 26th, I've personally been involved in this process at the airport, working with our contractors, working with our employees, making sure that the process was as good as it could be, given how quickly it had to be stood up and put together. We have some amazing people that are part of this process. We've got contractors, as I mentioned, that are helping us at the gates. We've got contractors that are helping us with the scanning and the inputting of the data. And then we've got our HTA team that's actually using that data to do some follow-up stuff. And I'll walk you through all of that as we go forward. So the deplaning and inspection process for the continental U.S. flights and the international flights, I think is, probably the best place for us to start. When the plane comes in, what happens is that there's supposed to be an announcement that's made on the aircraft. So, Alaska Airlines or Hawaiian Airlines makes an announcement and tells everyone there that you need to have the ag form completely filled out, or at least the front portion of the ag form, or you have to have already signed up for that Safe Travels application that I believe Director Suzuki spoke about that was created for this process. Once they get off of the plane, what's going to happen is, as they're in the jet bridge, the National Guard is going to come through and actually check people's temperatures right there in the jet bridge. If they identify someone that has a temperature that is in excess of what's been identified as kind of the threshold, which I think is 100.4, these individuals will be pulled out of line and will get further processing from AMR or other medical services that are being provided from DOT airport side. And then if they pass the medical screening, what happens is there's a screener right there at the exit of the jet bridge that will look at the ag form, make sure that it's complete. They will look at the confirmation page for the Safe Travels app. If that in fact is correct, then what's going to happen is they're going to check it against the ID. If it's completely filled out, then they're going to check it against the ID. If it's not filled out, if the ag form is incomplete, because I think you had mentioned some ag forms, they're actually put off to the side and they need to complete the form before they come back in front of the screener to look at the ID, to do the ID check. Okay, so once the screener has confirmed that the forms are complete, he or she will then check the ID. The identification could be a driver's license, some kind of government-issued identification that has typically a photo and some address information on it. If that matches the documents, then what's going to happen is the individual has to fill out now what's called the order for self-quarantine form, which I think we were talking a little bit about as well, right? I think that came up in some discussion. That form is a 6-question or 6-statement form that they have to attest to, that they understand that these are the requirements. If you're coming in here, you are going to abide by these things, right? And then, as I think the Attorney General was mentioning earlier, the form has been modified to basically enhance it from a legal perspective, to ensure that you are in fact attesting your telephone number is correct and the address information that you provided is correct, and that you are going to be going into that quarantine process, right? So once that form is filled out, the screener then confirms that everything is complete, and then the screener will put down their information, and they are actually witnessing that that form is now complete. That order for self-quarantine form is now complete. After that, and this is where the process has changed, and I apologize, Dane, I'll send you the updated version. This is what Chris was kind of alluding to. What's going to happen after that process is there will be a further confirmation process, and it speaks to exactly what Senator Kim, which you're referring to, and Senator Kidani and Senator Dela Cruz, actually all of you, is the confirmation of the information that's being put on those forms. So the ag form information or the Safe Travels app information is going to be confirmed. Residents will have a separate path. Visitors or non-residents will have a separate path. The first thing, and I'm going to walk you through the resident path. What's going to happen is they're going to go to it. There will be a table set up there. We are going to first confirm the phone number, right? Because that's been a challenge for us, is making sure that that phone number works. So when we call them, then I'll go through the call center process. Want to make sure we can get through to them. So right then and there at the airport, we're going to make sure that that number works. After that, I'm talking about resident now, we're going to check using the county's real property tax system, the TMK, the address information that's being put down by the resident. Is it in fact...
When you say we, who is we?
The screeners that are there.
From which division or department?
So these are contractors that we utilize. Because you have to have a badge. You have to be badged in order to be in the airport.
Are we paying them?
We are paying them. HTA is paying them.
Why are we paying them when we have people on the payroll? How much are we paying them?
I have to go back and take a look.
How much are we paying them?
I think it's 30.
30,000?
No, $30 per hour. $30 per hour.
$30 per hour?
Approximately.
But why are we paying them when we have people, state workers, on the payroll that is not working from home?
No, it's a good point. When we first started, that wasn't in place, and we needed to find someone who's badged, so we got the greeters to do it. But yeah, we can have state workers do it.
Yeah, we're not married to this.
The thing is, we volunteer 40 staff people, and we've got people DOE, a list of non-essential people working that is not.
But they do have to have some kind of clearance, right?
That is correct. They need credentials, so they have to go through.
How long does that take?
I'd have to defer to.
And then on top of that, I guess what's being mentioned is the airport itself has 1,600 employees.
1,700 employees.
1,700. Okay.
Yeah.
And I apologize. I can only speak to what we're doing from HTA's side, to try to help get through this process.
Well, we can go back to the airports and find.
Yeah, they're on.
That's a good idea.
Yeah, we've been harping on them. You have all of these employees. Why can't they be deployed to do this instead of using National Guard people who take the temperature and use contractors that we're paying money for, when there's a lot of people out there that are unemployed?
Ross, can you answer that? Ross.
What was the question?
Are you guys not listening?
Okay, right now, HTA is hiring staff, hiring contractors, $30 an hour to screen people when they get off the plane, to screen arrivals.
Did you know that?
This is for Takayama. Basically, the screening process was handed over to HTA. Now, as far as the National Guard is concerned, the National Guard basically reports to the airport system. Originally, the National Guard was brought on board to help us basically when it came to taking temperatures. But as went through this process and the paperwork became more intense, people started to be hostile the checkers. We have situations where we have to actually restrain a few of them. Some of them basically absolutely refuse to do things. So I met with General Hara and I spoke to him and I told him that, the National Guard, can I use them besides taking temperatures to assist with the protection of the employees who are doing this particular area? Said that all I needed to do, and this is what we did, the RFA that we originally submitted basically was to assist with the temperature taking. We changed the RFA. National Guard does not do enforcement, but we changed the RFA provided that they have airport security. So the National Guard there is actually there to help protect those who are helping us get this information.
No, but but why is HTA hiring contractors? Why aren't we using state employees to do it?
Again, I got to defer to HTA on that.
No.
No, not defer to HTA. You folks are responsible. Did you know that they were hiring contractors at $30 an hour?
Well, I didn't know what the fee was, but I do know that they hired contractors because one of the things was, again, doing the badging and getting them vetted.
But why couldn't you have just used airport employees?
Oh, again, we have 1,190 employees. Most of our employees are considered essential. They're either maintenance, custodial, engineering, professionals. When I say professionals, property management or fiscal employees. Most of those functions, even though the activity here at the airport has actually lessened, but again, those functions need to take place. We will continue to work on our CIP projects, our O&M projects, our engineering group. Our maintenance crew basically has been working on what we call Part 139 requirements. It's been very difficult for us to do a lot of the airfield work, the lighting work, the signage work, because of the amount of activity. Now that we have the opening, we're putting them out there to do all these different things. So everybody is actually doing the things that they need to do as we improve. We're doing general cleaning of this airport like we've never done before. We're getting into areas, we're getting into ducts, we're getting basically into the ceiling. We're doing a lot of different things.
This is essential.
And that's the reason why it does become a little bit difficult to find people. Again, we're working on deferred payments when it comes to whether it's concessionaires, whether it's airlines.
Okay, but
property management, fiscal management people, they're all very critical at this time as we try to calculate, what are their fees going to be? How do we calculate those things? So, we have a lot of work that's going on right now.
But Ford, you guys have. Yeah, but you guys have 73 people in the Group 3 category.
Working at home.
Non-essential and can't work from home.
And I'm sorry, I don't. Saying that we have people where?
Ross said you had 73 people that are working from home.
Yes, they're teleworking. Basically, and again, that's made up of engineering people who can actually do work from home. That's basically people in our property management can still do work from home. Again, one of the directives that we're given was basically try to see if we can get people to telework so that we could do this social distancing. So these are the people that we felt could do so because of the fact that they had the ability to get into our 365 software and some of the other works. The others who wanted to do telework, but unfortunately because they don't have the utilities to go ahead and do so, those are the ones that we still require them to come to work.
Okay, Ford, I understand that, and we appreciate the fact that you folks are now cleaning, doing things that, we've been asking you guys to do all this time and haven't been able to do it. But I think the key word here now is, what do we need to protect our community? What is essential? Cleaning, yes. However, if you've got people coming off the airplanes and we can't confirm and they've got the COVID disease and they're spreading it, to me that's more essential. So you, out of 1,100 workers, cannot find a dozen or so that can be checkers, and we have to go out and hire at $30 an hour? Something is wrong with the system. So I'm sure you can get people to absorb other people's duties and free up a dozen or so people that can do that. And to me, that is more essential than cleaning stuff that don't have to be cleaned today, because we don't have 30,000 people coming in a day in our airports.
And Senator, you're absolutely correct. Now that we have 300, we're able to do things that we've never been able to do before.
Right, but can't you spare? But you need to spare a few people to check, because you know what? You're going to be doing cleaning for years to come if we don't take this pandemic and control it now.
One of the priorities that we had basically was to sterilize this airport, because of the fact that there were still a lot of people coming through this airport during the months of January and February. The decline actually started to place in March. Again, the last international flight didn't come in until...
Ford, I'm sorry, I don't want to hear any more excuses. You can clean the airport, you can sanitize it. It doesn't take you a month to do that. Because now you've only got 300 people coming in. So I'm sure out of 1,100, you can find a dozen or so people that can take on these duties.
Senator, you're absolutely correct.
Thank you, Ford. Thank you, Ford.
Senator. Hello?
Yeah, go ahead.
Senator, we'll ask some of the police to help.
Thank you. Thank you, Jay. That's what we wanted to hear. We appreciate that, because everybody else is chipping in. Everybody else is doing that, and I can't see how the airports can't do it. And you folks have the clearance. You guys are there. You know the system better than anybody else.
I hear you loud and clear.
Thank you very much, Jade.
How many employees are contracted?
Right now, so we have, there are 16 employees from Roberts that are assisting throughout the day, because we've got 10 flights that are spread out through the day, so they're not there, all the time. And we're not paying, they're only getting paid when they're servicing, our flights. And then we have, hold on, let me just pull it up really quick. I just had it here. So we have a scanning process that's set up, and I haven't really talked about that yet, but just really quick. So these forms are collected, and I'll just, I sent the process to Dane, so you guys can take a look at it. But basically, at the end of the day, we're going to add a verification step to this. That's going to check cell phones, it's going to check lodging, it's going to check resident, and if they don't pass, they get sent to law enforcement. There's a law enforcement component, which we're not involved in that process. So just wanted to let you know that we heard you loud and clear. We've made some changes. We're going to implement that as quickly as we can.
Okay.
So now,
what does that entail? So now you're going to have a kiosk or a computer.
Yeah, we'll have a mobile kiosk that we can roll from gate to gate. It'll include a laptop or a couple of laptops, so we can go ahead and hit the real property tax websites. We're going to have cell phones. DOT is going to provide us cell phones. We can call over to the hotels, confirm, does Keith Regan have a reservation at such and such place? Yes? No? Okay, Mr. Regan, please go step aside and visit with Mr. Sheriff over here, because he's got some follow-up questions for you.
We really appreciate you folks saying this. We really appreciate your positive attitude toward these suggestions, because everything we've been hearing up to now is we don't know, we never know we're supposed to do this, we don't think we can do this, HT is supposed to do this. I mean, it's crazy. So thank you guys for at least being positive and giving us, solutions to some of these problems.
We're doing our best, Senator. Thank you.
Thank you.
And just getting back to your question about manpower. So we've got approximately 16 Roberts employees helping us out, and then we have the scanning process that's involved, and that one there's about 8 of those individuals. That's a contractor. It's not something we can do. So typically, what happens with the ag forms, like in a normal world, those ag forms go to a contractor, they get scanned, all that data is collected, and those reports that we give you folks on a monthly basis, that gives us all that data, statistics. This contractor does it, but instead of doing it at their office, now they're actually at the airport doing it right then and there. So they've got 8 people that are rotating in and out, and they start at 10 o'clock in the morning, and then they usually end whatever the last flight is. They don't leave until the last flight's processed. And that can be 11, 1 o'clock in the morning. I mean, it can be pretty late for them. So there's 8 people there. And then we've got some additional staff that are helping with running these forms back and forth. There's about 7 contractors that are helping us there. So I think all total, we probably have, somewhere around 30-something individuals that are kind of helping us, in this process. We're also doing it on some of the neighbor islands as well. So Maui, we're doing it on Maui. We're not doing the scanning side, just collection of the screening and then collection of the forms. Kona, we do it as well, but thankfully there's very few flights now that are going to the neighbor islands direct. We've got maybe 1, or 2 flights in like Kona or Lehui. But yeah, I'm sorry.
Keith, thank you for that information. Can you, so you say if they're, they call a hotel, the screeners, and if this person is not registered, they're pulled aside and security or sheriff, somebody else is doing it. So absolutely they have to be going to a hotel because vacation rentals are illegal right now for them to rent. So is that correct?
Yeah, I'd have to defer to
No, so the way the proclamation is they're required to give us an accurate address on where they're going to quarantine. So that's why we're going to pull it up and make sure it is actually not someplace, Farrington Highway. I mean, it's an actual address. It's not some storefront. It's an actual address, and we'll pull it up in the system. The proclamation doesn't say that you can't go to a vacation rental right now.
That's the governor's proclamation, but the mayor has a separate mandate now that says vacation rentals are illegal to rent. So
we will be giving, at this point, unless something changes with our property, that information will be passed on to the city and county.
Yeah, and to that point, we're working very closely with Kathy and their office at DPP, at the city and county, as well as all the other counties.
Why do you have to pass it on to them? Why can't you just say, no, this is illegal, you can't stay at that? That's not a hotel. Because when we asked the governor and we asked the AG, she said they have other accommodation, but it was not meant, right? She said it was not meant for transient vacation rentals.
So Senator, to your point, I think what we'll do is go back to the AG's office and just confirm. If they say you have the authority to do that, then so be it. That's what we'll act on. If they say you don't have it, then how do we get it? How do we
bed and
incorporate
breakfasts are not allowed because that wouldn't be social distancing and stay at home.
You're absolutely
right. I mean,
all counties have canceled, have made short-term rentals illegal.
Correct, and the reason why is because they can't track them once they say whatever. So that's where I think at the airport screening, that's where it has to be called.
And we're fine with doing that. We just
thank you. Yeah, and I think the original form just did say lodging. Hotels are lodging, so you would expect that did include vacation rentals.
I think they meant it included timeshare, not vacation rentals.
but didn't say timeshare.
Right.
So
we'll clarify that.
That's what Claire said. Yeah. AG said.
Okay, I have a question about tracking visitors between islands, or do they spend all their stay on one island before they're checked?
Yeah, I don't have that kind of data with me, to be able to tell you that answer. If they are transiting, that information is captured if it's put down, so we do have that. But in terms of like if somebody's here on a walk for 3 days and then they go to Maui, that kind of stuff, I don't have that data. I don't have it with me. But they would have to fill out those inter-island declaration forms, that we were talking about. And the only thing that we're involved in with that is collecting those forms and putting them into the database, and then serving that data back to the counties.
So who's checking on the 14-day isolation? Because if they're going from here 3 days, going to the neighbor island for 4 days, how does that get tracked?
They're not supposed to do it.
I'll share.
Isolated for 14 days.
Right. So that's the call center process. And I'd be happy to talk a little bit more about that if you want to kind of shift into that a little bit, and I can just kind of give you the 30,000.
Let me ask one more question. So if they're getting off a flight and going to an inter-island flight to go to the neighbor islands, are you screening them then?
They wouldn't leave the terminal, right, at that point, because they're kind of in the sterile area.
No, but you guys said you were catching them as they came up the ramp.
Yes, I mean, they would, because if they're coming in, let's say, just Alaska Airlines flight comes in, and, I decide that I'm going to go to Maui. I would come up the ramp, I would go through the screening, I would get checked. I would end up in this process, right? And I would be forced to say, I'm going to Maui, and here's my connecting flight information. So that would be captured in that process.
Then what happens?
So do you call Maui hotel, or if it's not a hotel, let the Maui whoever know?
Yes. So that ag form is collected right there, and that ag form is then processed here in Honolulu. That data goes right into the call center queue for the call center. Within like 2 hours, it's updated, and it's put into the rotation for the calls. And so if I came in tonight at 8 o'clock on an airline, and I'm going to Maui, my flight's at 10 o'clock. By the time I reach Maui, that hotel that I'm supposed to be at is going to get a call. But to your point, if I come into Honolulu and I list, I'll just throw out, Westin Maui or something like that, right? As they're going through this new process, we're going to call the Westin Maui right then and there to confirm that I have, that reservation. So they would be stopped right then and there. They would be stopped.
Who's making the calls?
We would be making the calls.
Who? Are we paying for it?
It's all of our staff.
It's
So
just staff.
We've reallocated all of our staff.
So you've been able to reallocate all of your staff when
So they're
airports
doing-
can't even reallocate 12 or 16.
So Senator, all of our staff they're doing all the call centers, and they're also doing the Hotels for Heroes program. They are the housing bureau. The only reason, to be honest with you, we really had to do the airport is we couldn't get badged.
Okay.
We couldn't get them.
So what happens when a visitor comes in and they're staying 2 days here and then 4 days on the neighbor island? Do you catch that at all? Because don't you have to see where you're going and when you're leaving? Because what happens if they're here for 5 days and they got to go back to the airport, or 2 days here and 3 days on Maui and 2 days on Kauai? How do you catch that?
I mean, that would be through the call center process. So, like, let's say.
Why can't you have to see their
Can I
ticket?
say, first of all, when they come in, that is a legal document. And that's why we talked about, that's a legal document. They have to say where they're going to quarantine. If they say they're going to quarantine at the Sheraton Waikiki, they've got to be there. There is a process. We have a multiple call process, and then eventually we will eventually, if we can't get a hold, we will refer it to.
Shouldn't there be the form that said, how long will you be there? Because they can say, oh, we're going to be Sheraton Waikiki, but they know they're only going to be there for 3 days because they're going to get back on the plane, or they're going to go travel to Turtle Bay or wherever else.
Or additional
Hilani somewhere.
additional room on the form to put additional hotels, whatever.
Yeah.
Right, because they're supposed to be quarantined in one location.
Agreed.
Yep.
You know.
And that's why when we do the verification process, when we do the phone, we're going to make that phone call right now. So if their phone doesn't ring, they lied on that form. We're going to turn it over to the police because they cannot lie on that form.
Now, do they know before they make their reservation or when they're coming that we have a 14-day quarantine? They have to be in one location for 14 days?
We have been ongoing communicating with the airlines. They're telling us. I mean, from people who have told me, Hawaiian's doing a good job on informing them, not only by texting, in the reservation, on the website. I've looked at all their websites. Some of them were better than others, very candidly. They were supposed to make announcements at the departing gate, and they're supposed to when they get their information on the boarding, it's supposed to be on that text too. So I guess it goes back to there's no reason they should be coming here. So they're at the end of the day, but there's no question in my mind. They know that that's going to be a requirement. Okay. They're still coming though.
Is there a requirement for them to do social distancing on the airplane? Because I'm being told some airplanes, they don't have a lot of, but some airplanes only had 7 seats open. And they were sitting middle seats. And one, I got a screenshot, somebody showed me where the entire front cabin was empty, but they were all filled in the back.
I can follow up with the airlines. I know in talking to Alaska and Hawaiian, they told me they are, but I will follow up with them all again.
Yeah, because, one of they told me is one of the airlines you named that had only 7 open seats. And these are people that's flying in that are emailing us and texting us and telling us these things. So,
well, maybe the governor's proclamation should be sent to all CEOs of all the airlines that fly here. So that's something that we should ask the governor to do.
And going back to is the manifest. I mean, that's how you're going to find out if they're coming here for 2 days, leaving here and going there. That's how you track them on that manifest. You cannot hide that. That's airlines data. They will tell you what hotel when you're leaving, making a reservation from the airlines.
So
that's why they're getting more time to track them.
The call center makes the call to the hotel.
Yes.
They say how long is the period this person
They
is.
ask the person and they record it.
Can verify it's 14 days at least.
Yeah.
And you will put that down
in the notes. Correct. And let me just say that, we did our best to try to
that's good.
we're trying to be very conservative with our funds, right? Because we don't want to be spending too much money, but we need to get this done. And so the call center that we set up, we're using a cloud-based PBX system to make these calls, so people can, work from home if they want to, right? We're using Microsoft Teams. I think Doug Murdoch was in here earlier and spoke about how, using Microsoft Teams, we've got a file in there that's being updated regularly. So we've got a pretty good process. I think we need to look at the next step of this,
Can you add one more thing?
Yeah.
How are you planning to get to your destination? And how are you planning to get that? Is it rental car? Is it a taxi? Is it Uber? Because if they're renting a car, they're going to be driving around the island.
We can add that. We can add that as a question. I think it's a very good question. So, the call center process, I think, has been working very well. We've got a good team. We've got over 80 people that have been trained, to be able to make these phone calls. As I mentioned, we're making phone calls. We're making phone calls from early in the morning up until late at night. And we're calling the hotels. We're making sure that, right now, we're making sure that they have the reservation. And then we're calling their rooms later on as a part of the outreach process. So I think our team's doing a lot.
Can you brag on someone? They're actually going on their social medias and seeing what they're doing. And if they find them, they're passing them on to the law enforcement. These guys are doing this all on their own. A lot of the ones that you're seeing, they're the ones we threw it to. And the police have been very responsive.
Yeah, we've been working.
You guys trained 80 people in what period of time?
Since March 26th.
80 people to do this, and we can't even train. We have a hard time training 20 and 18 for UI benefits.
Have you guys started your emergency center up?
Yes, sir. We started on March 22nd.
Okay.
So myself, my leadership team, HBC and HTLA all work out of that, and we're all collaborating on all these projects.
Okay. Questions?
Well, just to follow on, so when you are calling them, you're checking on them at all hours, and if they're not there, or I saw on your sheets that sometimes a busy signal, or sometimes it's not at the, they're not there. So what happens when they're not there during this 14-day period? Do you?
So management of the hotel's contacted, and they're asked to do like a welfare check, basically, to go to the room and confirm that the individual's in the room. If we get, and then management's asked to call us back, or typically the guest will call us back, like, oh, I'm sorry, I was in the bathroom, or something like that. I mean,
but this is not cell phones.
We're not the law enforcement. We're not the tourist enforcement police, but we're doing our best to try to
But if they're not there, like they're outside at the beach or whatever, then does HPD get called?
Yes. So management of the hotel is very aware of their guests. They're concerned because they don't want bad publicity. They don't want this to hit the papers that the guest was outside when they should have been quarantined.
I should give you a shout out. I sent you the note, what they give at Embassy Suites when you check in. They do a great job there. So, and from what we've seen, the hotels have all done that. Because to Keith's point, they all want to, obviously there's investment there.
And then can I just add, so we also have what's called an escalation process. So, and what happens there is when a call center agent determines that I'm a bad actor for whatever reason, I'm not answering the phone, or I'm being difficult, or I sound like I'm out at the beach or something like that, they will escalate that. They will escalate that. It comes to me. And then what I do is I send it to either the AG's office here on Oahu, or I send it to emergency management agency, the heads of the emergency management agency. So I'm sending them all that information so they can pass it on to local law enforcement to go and take whatever action they need to
How
take.
fast is the action when you do that?
I mean, from my standpoint, as soon as I get it.
No, how fast do they follow up?
Well, AG's office is very quick. I will tell you that right now. They're very, very quick. So like this last incident that occurred that made the publicity, I don't want to say the name, but I mean, that was like instant. Boom. We sent it to them. We sent them all the forms. They acted. They coordinated with HPD, and they contained that individual, right? So we're doing our due diligence and trying to get that information to the county so that they can act on it. Also, I just want to let you know, all the data, we have tremendous amount of data, okay? It's given to the counties. All the counties have access to the SharePoint that we set up. They can download those Excel spreadsheets. They can, slice it, dice it, however they got to do it, and use it for their own purposes to follow up with residents or with visitors, whatever they want to do with the data, they've got it to do additional steps beyond, kind of like what we're doing.
So I have questions about the EOC, the Emergency Operations Center. A lot of these procedures you're talking about, did they come as a result of the activity at the EOC?
At the DOC, like our HCA's DOC, through collaboration and discussion. I mean,
yeah. So Senator Kidani mentioned earlier today that it almost appears we need incident command centers at all different levels to coordinate government. And it sounds that you basically have one. You call your incident command center your department. Your Department of what?
It's called Departmental Operations Center.
Okay.
It's like a baby EOC.
Yeah. So I'm just wondering from a government system standpoint, every agency or every department should almost have something similar, focused on working on these processes quickly, because a lot of the other agencies seem to be, as you can hear from airports, working on like status quo. It's just like business as usual, versus if they had internally, even if it's the same people, but they have a different mindset on how they're going to have to be proactive and reactive to deal with the situation. So that's what I was trying to figure out is how did you, obviously you're not doing business as usual, so it's like when you deployed your DOC, that's when you started to move and put a lot of these things in place.
So like what Chris was saying, like on March 22nd, we stood that up, we activated it. And typically in a crisis, we would activate the DOC. So if it was a hurricane or tsunami.
So who's part of that?
So it's the leadership team who's part of that.
It's our leadership team, HLTA, HDCB, HTJ.
Yeah, so airports should have that. I hope they're listening. Airports should have that with the airport users group, the concessions. Airports. And then you could have ARF there.
Senator, can I comment on this?
Yeah. Go ahead.
All the procedures that are being discussed today by HTA was written by us. It was written by us last night. Okay, General Hara basically notified HTA because HTA volunteered to go ahead and get more involved. Okay, they came to us, and like you've done with me previously, we stayed up overnight, got this procedure in place. Everything that Keith is talking about basically is a document that I got to him because of the fact that he needs to go ahead and train his staff. We do have an EOC, and you can confirm it with some of your friends that work for the firefighters. We have a debriefing every single day to go over every single thing that's being discussed. Okay, so a lot of the policies and procedures that have come forth because of the fact that every single day different agencies are coming to us, whether it's county, whether it's AG's office, whether it's the hotel people saying that we need to improve on this. This procedure that's in place came from you, and I will admit that. General Hara basically came to us and said, okay, you know what, they want to do full vetting, let's do it.
They're doing it.
Based on that, we got to go ahead, met with HCA, we came up and said, this is what we want to do. Like I said, to be honest with you, the cell phones that we're talking about, I ordered those cell phones previously, so I just have to reinstate that. So, you're absolutely correct. We do have an EOC every single day. It involves all the neighbor islands. It involves our firefighters. It involves basically our law enforcement people. It involves everybody in terms of getting to action. And every single day things change. The form that I sent you the other day, those are the incidents that occurred. That's our that's our fourth different version of that form. The process for us basically is that General Hara says he wants something done. We come up with a plan. I give it to Sarah Connors. She vets the legal language. After the legal language is done, give it back to General Hara. He approves it, and then we take care of it. That's our process.
Can we see that?
So why do you have to be an order taker for it? Why can't you guys be the one to initiate this? Why do you have to wait till it comes from us, and then you guys go and initiate stuff? And if you're doing this every day, then why do we have to have 16 people where we're paying contractors that you guys can't be the ones at airport to be able to discern that that's needed?
Senator, basically, Governor has assigned General Hara as the incident commander. Okay, we have to vet here at the airport everything for him. I need his approval to do anything here.
Understand, Ford, I understand. Ford, I understand that.
Again,
I understand.
When we speak to you, we hear you loud and clear. We do have discussions with General Hara and his team to see how best we can do this. It does take.
Ford, I understand that. Thank you. Because you know what, General Hara is incident command. He is it for us as well. He comes before us, he talks to us, and we tell him, we need these things done. I mean, we don't just sit and wait for him to tell us. So I would think that you're in charge of the airport. General Hara has all kinds of things on his plate. We need airports to take the lead. We need you guys to be leaders and not only order takers. To be proactive on how we're going to protect the community. So I'd like for you to be proactive with HTA and find out how we can save the state some money by employing your employees to do some of this checking, because as we were told, 16 people, they're not there all day. Only when the flights come in, I'm sure you can find people that can be relieved to do these screening when the flights come in.
Senator, I agree with 100%. I have an email basically from General Hara authorizing HCA to do the vetting. Chief basically has reached out to General Hara, said that this was something that they wanted to do. So that being said, my responsibility basically ends through getting the process. I turn it over to Keith. Keith and I talk maybe 3 or 4 times a day to make sure that what we're doing.
But Ford, if it's costing the state more money, Ford, if it's costing the state more money, I think that you'd be able to say, you know what, we have employees, we can do it so that we can save the state money in this time. Because we're looking at cutting. We're going to have to cut. You rather us cut and send people on furlough? You rather us cut 20% of everybody's salaries? Because we have to pay outside contractors? Come on, let's learn how to be efficient. Let's try to not do business as usual. That's what the public expects from us. And that's what we expect from you.
So the different departments within the 1,600 workers that you have at the airport, wouldn't it be more like, say right now I'm a custodian, and you would offer our division some overtime, 3 hours a day, on my day off to come in, because we all know money is tight, everything is tight. Couldn't you guys offer those guys at the airport who does not all make very large sums of money per hour, and offer it to them? Hey, would you want to come on your day off and maybe spend 3-4 hours, and we will pay you, we'll continue to pay you some overtime or whatever the situation is. But to try to utilize the people you have, that probably could make a little bit more money when times are hard, instead of having private contractors out there making $30 an hour.
Or we could have deployed people. We have people in the whole state who are at home not doing anything.
Did you respond to DHERT Ford? They sent out a memo to all directors asking who needs help.
Sorry, I'm not involved in that.
Okay. Okay, Senator Kim.
Senator, we did. We responded, and we have some volunteers who are going to be helping at DLIR, and we're also going to have people who will be doing the follow-up calls on the call center for the quarantine.
Well, that's great. So why can't we have 16 of them doing it right there at the airport?
No, we're going to be asking some of the employees.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Senator Keokalole.
Thank you. You know, Fulbert, Ross, Chris, all you guys, I know that you guys have been losing a lot of sleep trying to do all this stuff we're asking you to. Somebody's not muted and there's feedback. So I do appreciate you guys are one of the agencies where we've asked you and then berated you for not doing stuff, and then you've actually come back and given us answers and then followed up, because we haven't gotten that from other agencies that are performing critical functions. So I understand this is a stressful time for everybody, and I do appreciate the work you folks have put into it, because you guys have responded. We wouldn't have an airport quarantine if Ford, you hadn't actually come up with a plan that we demanded that you guys put in place. So I appreciate that. You guys got cut off about an hour ago. I haven't actually heard the plan all in one breath. So for residents and for tourists, can you please just outline what the procedure is again so that I can write down? Because you guys got cut off before you can finish it.
So Senator, can I email you the process flow chart? Would that be easier?
Is that what we have right now?
Yes.
We have it.
Wait, can you put it on there so they can see it, the public can see it?
Hey, can we put that on there? I want to get this on.
Senator, what I do is I send a procedure that I give to every single person that's sending this thing out to you, so you can fully understand what we're doing.
Okay, you know what? It's gonna take a minute, but what we'll do is we'll post this and then we'll show it, and we'll send you a copy as well, and then we'll post this on the committee website.
I'll get it to you.
Kalani didn't send me. Do you have any more? Or you want to just drop on the.
And let me just one clarification. We only have 1,190 employees. I don't know where the number escalated to 100. But even that being said, again, HCA been working the screening. It's, their contract is on correction. We work side by side with them. If now that you're asking us to help assist in terms of paying somebody, Jay has volunteered to do so, so he will work in terms of trying to find people to make sure that we can go ahead and assist them on this.
Okay.
Prior to today, I did not understand. I did not know that they were paying them $30 an hour. I know that they did have contract people, like they have vetting, but again, this has been a time where, Senator, I fully understand what you're saying, Senator Kim. I stay in my lane because I have enough work, and Senator Jarrett has been. Every single day we're changing things. Every single day our forms are changing. Every single day our procedures are changing. That's because of the fact that something comes up literally every single day, and we need to react to it in a timely manner.
Ford, we understand that.
Okay, wait. Okay, hold on, please. This sheet you gave us is comprehensive. It's got 45 bubbles on it. Can someone take 3 minutes for my edification and the public who's watching?
We're gonna do that.
To explain what the process is.
Yeah, no, we're gonna do that. We just need a minute to put it on the board.
Yes.
And so that it can be showed on Olelo. So for just a minute, we're trying to clear. spend some time on some other things so we can get that up. Sorry.
Okay, Ford, let me just follow up one thing. Ford, we understand that everything's changing, and we know that everybody's stressed. So, as Jared said, you know, we appreciate what you guys are doing, but at the same time, we got to be proactive. And so, can you also look at talking with DHERD and seeing if we have people, the 600 people that can be deployed, that those people can also come out and help. So if we can't find airport people, which I don't understand why we couldn't, but if that's the case, then we should be able to at least deploy people from that list of non-essential category 3 people.
That should be for Ross.
Yeah, and I don't know why Ross isn't the one. Is that supposed to be Ross or is it supposed to be Ford?
Ross is the deputy. Can you also share with us the Department of Emergency Operations reports that you have, and can you just send it to the committee?
I'm not sure what
But do you guys have any reports that you guys, minutes or?
I'm not sure what that is. I'm sorry, Senator, right?
Okay, I'm not sure if you had any kind of situational reports.
Oh, through WebEOC or through Hawai'i. I mean, that's the only thing that we're doing in terms of our involvement in the process. So on a daily basis, we update.
Okay.
I want to ask one question on the budget. So if Ford, I don't know if it's you, are you talking to Hawai'i? Because we understand that anything that's COVID related, so if they're contracting out or you have employees doing other things, then we can get federal monies reimbursed for those services. So are you tracking that as well? If in fact HTA is contracting out for these services, if we can't get employees to do it?
Senator, basically what we're doing right now is that we work very closely again with General Har. We met with General Har, Colonel Logan, LPC, Cullen, to discuss expense. We are asking for FEMA reimbursement because so we have to follow the guidelines and the federal guidelines for reimbursement. The other thing that because we're going to be getting fair fund money, I have to follow FAA regulations and monitor that every single day to make sure that we're in compliance with FAA regulations that we're doing. There are other funds under the FAIR Act that we've been looking at. One of them basically talks about tourism, and that's something that we've been looking at. There's $6.5 billion attached to that. I'm trying to vet for that. One of my primary functions basically is to take a look at the federal funds that are out there. Every expense we have related to COVID-19, we're going to put in reports to it that we can hopefully get reimbursement. That's why it's very important that we follow the FEMA guidelines, follow the FAA guidelines, and we follow the CARE Act guidelines as they relate to some of the funds that we're looking for.
Okay.
Okay, so if Olelo can move their camera.
No, they got the file. I don't
Okay.
for them.
Thank you for.
Okay.
Okay, so now, Jared, can you see it? Is it up?
I emailed it to him.
Okay. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so you want me to just do the 30,000 foot view in terms of like what happens?
No, he wants you to go through the whole
step
thing.
by step.
Yeah.
Okay, so when the plane lands here in the state of Hawaii, there's an announcement that's made to the passengers that they need to be prepared to have a completed ag form or to have already logged into the Safe Travels app, right, to log their travel. Once that message has been delivered and they arrive at the gate, as they're debarking the plane or deplaning and they're in the jet bridge, the National Guard conducts a medical screening or a temperature check for each individual that's in the jet bridge. If there's an individual in the jet bridge that exceeds the temperature, which I believe is like 100
It's not on.
point.
The public can't see the chart.
I'm texting Olelo to get it up. I emailed it. That's why the
Okay,
phone
can you at least move the camera?
Sorry.
No. Olelo, can you move the camera to the board, please? Let's show what's going on.
Should I just continue or?
Well, hopefully it shouldn't take long. Are the little guys listening?
No, she said it's still
No, because the camera's looking at us. That camera needs to be facing there.
But there's another camera.
It's on there now.
So that camera over there.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. I'll just pick up where I left off with regards to the medical screening. So the National Guard conducts the medical screening. They check the temperature, and then if they identify someone that has a temperature that exceeds the 100.4 degrees or 100.4 or more, they're pulled out of line and they're brought into some additional medical screening that occurs away from the other passengers. And from my understanding, and Ford can chime in because he helped to develop this procedure, is that he can it would prevent them from spreading that disease if they are in fact infected in the jet bridge, right? So we want to get them screened, get them out of the jet bridge as quickly as possible and off to the side to receive further medical screening. So now, assuming that I, as a passenger, pass that medical screening, I then approach and I'm greeted by a screener, an individual that is requesting certain documentation from me. I need to present to them either the AG form, the completed AG form, or present to them the Safe Travels app confirmation page, which would be on a smartphone or smart device. Once as a passenger, I give that to the screener then reviews it. If I don't give it to the screener, then they have to, the next question is, are they refusing to actually complete the form, or is it just that, they don't have it or they need some help with completing the form? If that's the case, then they're not refusing, and so then they're sent kind of back through that loop, right, until they complete the form, the documentation. If they are refusing, then we engage the local law enforcement. So you can see that path kind of on the bottom. Because we're not, the screeners are not law enforcement, so we rely on the sheriffs to assist us with that process. So assuming everything goes well, and the passenger, gives the form to the screener reviews it for completeness. If it is in fact complete, then it moves on to the next process, which is checking it against the ID. So the ID is looked at by the screener. There's confirmation that the information on the AG form or on the Safe Travels app matches the ID that's being presented. If it does match, then it goes on to the next process, which is making sure that the order for self-quarantine is completed by the individual. Now, if the ID does not match for whatever reason, then that individual is sent back through the process to correct the error on that AG form. If the ID does match, as I mentioned, the individual then has to complete that order for self-quarantine document. It's a 6-statement form that requires an initial by each one of those 6 statements that are spelled out very clearly in terms of what's expected of you as a non-resident or a visitor, or a passenger, I should say. And then at the bottom of that form, they're attesting to the accuracy of the information contained on that form, which includes the government-issued ID number. It includes their name. It includes the telephone number. And includes some other I'm sorry, I don't have it in front of me, but I know it includes information about the individual. Now, the screener is also required to serve as a witness to that document. So the screener is required to actually fill out a portion of the document prior to that passenger moving on to the next process. So once that's complete, then the screener verifies everything. The screener puts down their information. That passenger then moves on to what we call the verification screening, which is where we bifurcate into 2 categories, resident and non-resident. So residents, what we're looking at first and foremost is, does the cell phone work? The cell phone that's listed on that document, now that has been attested to, does it work? Okay, if it does not work, then that person is then pushed out to a different process, which is handled by law enforcement. That's beyond our control. They've lied on that document. They have not told the truth, and so now they're going to have to, they're going to be pushed into a different process that involves law enforcement. We're not law enforcement individuals, and so we have to rely on that process there. Again, I'm just following down the resident process. If the cell phone is confirmed, we're going to actually call the cell phone right? Cell phone needs to ring. It needs to be answered right in front of us. If it is answered, then what we're going to do is move on to the next process of verification, which is the residential address. And we're going to utilize the county's real property tax system to confirm that that is an actual residence. It doesn't mean that it's going to match up, directly to, like, let's say I'm a renter, right? I don't own the property, so the TMK and the real property tax information might have, somebody else's name on it, but at least we've verified that it's an address, yeah, and it's going to match the ID, right? So, anyways, we've confirmed that it's really a residential address. So if we can't confirm it, then they've lied on the form again, and then they're going to go to they're going to go back into that law enforcement process. We're not going to deal with them because you either tell us the truth, and if you're not telling the truth for whatever reason, you need to move on so that we can process the next person.
Could I just ask, intended resident, what is that? Would that fall in the resident category?
They're going to be treated as non-resident. They're going to go through that non-resident process. So again, so where was I? So then the address, no, it's okay. So then the address is confirmed. If it is confirmed, great. We collect all the forms. The forms are then packeted and put off to the side because they need to go to the scanning center that's located at the airport. So the forms are put off to the side, and the passenger can then go on their way to go get their bags and go on to their destination. If they're a resident, go home. Now, switching to the non-resident side of the process. Again, we're going to be required to confirm their phone, make sure that it works, right? So the non-resident puts down the cell phone number, and we call it, and it doesn't ring through that cell phone number. You're out of the queue. You're going to go to law enforcement. You're going to deal with them because now you've lied on the form. If it does ring, the next process is going to be confirmed lodging. So, on the ad form as well as on the Safe Travels app, there's information about the lodging. And so we're going to call, the hotel, whatever hotel it is. We're going to call them. We're going to speak to the front desk. We're going to confirm that John Doe, Jane Doe has an actual reservation. Confirm. We can even confirm the length of stay at that point in time. When are they scheduled to check in? When are they scheduled to check out? So we'll capture that information there and confirm it. If there's no confirmed lodging, in other words, they lied to us. Again, they lied to us out of the process. They're going to have to deal with the sheriffs. We're not, it's just going to have to move that way because if you're not going to be truthful to us, we don't want to deal with you anymore. Deal with the law enforcement aspect. You've made that decision, right? So, and then if they are truthful, again, we confirm the lodging, we confirm everything, then we collect those forms, and the passenger is then released to go and go to their lodging. That's kind of it in a nutshell, Senator and Senators, in terms of how that deplaning process has been laid out.
Okay, any quick questions, and then what HCA can do is they can go over the call center process. No questions?
No worries.
Well, I guess in the meantime, thank you for this.
That was very helpful. Thank you very much for that.
You're welcome.
Yeah. We especially appreciate the fact that all of that information is being verified before they leave the airport, so we can avoid what happened.
And the sheriffs are standing by.
Yes. I've actually witnessed it. I've gone there to see the process, and there are sheriffs that are there. And I will tell you, it helps out a lot because people can get kind of a little unruly at times, right? And so they've been very, very helpful. And then also, just one thing, we are not concerned about how long it takes. Quite frankly,
that's fine.
If it takes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes, 30 minutes, 45 minutes to go through this process, it is what it is.
Yeah.
Have you folks social distance so that, if they have 100 people there, they're 6 feet apart?
Yeah, we're going to have to do that, yes.
Sanitizing.
Yep.
There's 150 total.
Because before they said the process took, less than 5 minutes?
Yeah. No, this is good.
So the question I said again, so when they're coming off the plane,
Yep.
to be corrected, they're coming off the plane, and I don't take the temperature test. They go to the line where law enforcement stay, or?
If you don't want to take the temperature test, then you go to law enforcement. I mean, I don't know. Ford, do you guys have a, is that in the procedure? I can't remember.
Yeah, basically, the temperature of the individual in the fully bridge, if he has a high temperature, then we put him back on the plane. We don't want him contaminating anybody else, or she.
No, what if they don't want to take the temperature? They don't want to take the test, they refuse.
And they send them back.
The temperature that we use is 100.4, which is
Ford, what he's asking is, what if they don't want to take the temperature test?
They're required to.
Yeah. So if they refuse, where do they go? To law enforcement?
At every checkpoint, we have law enforcement officers at every single one.
Yeah, okay, that's fine. That's all what he wanted to know. So if they refuse, they go straight to law enforcement.
Yeah.
Okay,
So
thank you.
This procedure is in every airport? I mean, I know that there are very few planes. They're only going to Kauai and Maui, but is this same procedure if they go, is there direct flights to Maui? They're using the same procedure?
Yep, this procedure will be in place for.
Okay, so is this codified in any of the emergency proclamations?
The emergency proclamation allows us to do this.
Okay,
That's my understanding, right, Ford?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
The emergency proclamation allows us to do this process.
That is correct. One of the things that we have basically with every single, well, if you went over this salon.
No, yeah, that's fine.
With Billy Oku, who's been in charge of this, along with our sheriffs, and we did it also along with the sheriff's office. But what we have is a document in terms of how to handle the situation. This was actually prepared for us by the agent's office. Belgian agent's office.
Okay, can you go ahead with
that? One that we specifically wanted to deal with was, again, if somebody didn't have a reservation or a stay, could we actually come back on the plane? And the answer was yes. So what we have is called the Guidance of Enforcement of the State Quarantines and Stay-at-Home Orders. It talks about the orders, it talks about the violations, and it talks about the enforcement procedures.
So Ford, can you just send us a copy of that guidelines?
Absolutely.
Okay, so we're going to move on to the call center process.
Okay, great. So the call center process, again, the data is collected at the airport. It's put into a worksheet that we utilize. Once that's uploaded into our Microsoft Teams application, the call center agents have access to that. They will make the first call. By that I mean they're calling to make sure that the individual has, in fact, lodging at such and such place, right? So they're making that first initial call attempt to the lodging. Was it successful? Yes. Update the record. And by the way, this is just initial contact. So literally the individual just landed. We just updated the spreadsheet that we were utilizing through Microsoft Teams. This is the first point of contact to confirm this individual is in general compliance with the process. So if we are successful in that first call attempt, whether it's to the hotel or prior, this was like for being Airbnb or VRBO, those kind of things, like then we would update the record. But now that Airbnbs are no longer legal, right? So we're going to have to update this process. I apologize. This is a process that was prior to that, right? So just kind of keep that in mind. If we are unsuccessful, then what we're going to do is we're going to make multiple attempts that same evening, right? As we're trying to process this, right? Because we want to get in touch with that individual. If we cannot get in touch with that individual, then we're going to escalate it, right? So we're doing 3 times. We're trying to call them 3 times. 3 times you're out, basically. If we're not able to contact you within those 3 initial attempts, then we're going to escalate it. I get that information from the call center agent or from the call center manager, and then I send that straight up to either the AG's office for Honolulu or to the local emergency management agency heads. So that's kind of that initial call process that we walk through.
Questions on the call process?
Yeah, so when you escalate to the point that HPD goes in there and enforces, does that come, because the county gets involved in the enforcement in terms of the breaking the quarantine?
So right after that third attempt, or that initial call, after the third attempt, it gets escalated.
And that third attempt is the same day you're calling?
Oh, okay.
It's generally supposed to be. I don't monitor everything, you know.
So that's what you're gonna amend on your forms.
Yes.
The escalation, you're gonna include that information.
Actually, it's there. So there is up to the right. If you look, I know, and I apologize. There's a lot of like small little writing on there, and it's basically we sent escalation notification to CAO and call center supervisor, right? And then the CAO creates the RFA and this needs to be updated. You're absolutely right, Senator. Because I'm looking at it right now. Initially, the way we were doing it, we were funneling it through the web EOC, through Hawai'i. We create this request for action, RFA, and then somebody at Hawai'i has to look at it. I mean, there's a lot of processes that exist. We wanted to speed that up. So now that's why we're going straight to the AG. We got a contact there for Honolulu, and straight to the counties. So we're bypassing that and just going directly.
Okay.
So you're absolutely right, Senator. I apologize.
So you're going to change that. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
So who's connecting with is it AG connecting with HPD and the county law enforcement? It's connected though, is it?
Yeah, I have to, look, if you look at what happened yesterday with that individual that they actually tracked down, it was a coordinated effort between the AG's office and HPD, so they are definitely talking. They're part of what's called the Emergency Support Function 13, which is law enforcement, and so they communicate back and forth.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions?
Yeah, so do you only do 3 calls?
No, this is just the initial contact. So I just arrived, right? So as soon as I've arrived, this is what happens.
Okay.
And then it gets pushed into what's called our outreach process, which I'll talk a little bit about after that.
Okay. Is there another?
Yes, sir.
Oh. Next slide.
So this happens basically the same day when you arrive?
Yes.
So it's this and then this?
Yes.
Okay.
So do you call?
I'm sorry, I don't know that.
Once they're verified that they're there on the first day, then you call every day?
Yes.
Once every day?
I take that back. It's 3 times. We do 3 times.
3 times a day?
No, 3 times.
Period.
So if you're here for 14 days, we're going to call you 3 times. And I'll just tell you,
I know it's hard.
It is hard. So we were just trying to do our best, and we thought, at least 3 times, at random different times of the day. If we can do more, obviously we'd do more. But we're trying to do our best, and
we are going to reach out, and thanks for bringing that up, the conversations. We're going to reach out to because it's not a lot of people on a daily basis. We're going to reach out to the hotels and ask them to call them daily.
Yes.
As part of their process.
Yeah. So it's adding to what we're doing already, kind of supporting that. So the next process is our outreach process.
I have a question.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
A question. So are you folks now calling the residents? And what good is calling them if people are local?
Yeah, I can. I'll get into that. Can I? It's outside of what this process is that I'm talking about here, but I would love to update you on what we're going to do for the residents as well.
Okay, go ahead.
So then we have the outreach process, outreach calls that we make to the visitors. And again, this is kind of set up in the same way, right? For the first call that we make to the visitor, outside of the initial call, were we successful in reaching them? Yes or no? And then if the answer is no, we're going to try again on that first call, right? So on that first call, you might have 3 or 4. They might have 3 attempts on that first call, right? And if we're not successful after that 3rd attempt on the first call, we're going to bump it up into that escalation process that I talked about. So it again will then that individual, all that information is going to go to the call center manager. That call center manager is going to kick it up to me. I'm going to send it over to, again, the AG's office or the local emergency management agencies. And that's actually that's in play. I mean, we're doing that now every single day. This is happening.
But I also think the new process and what you guys recommended, us verifying that information is going to help the law enforcement.
It's going to tighten it up a lot. So, so this happens, we do this 3 times. basically. So 3 attempts during the stay. We're going to, collect that information and make sure the individual is where they're supposedly supposed to be at, right? And we're calling to the hotel. So if they're at a hotel, we call the front desk, we get transferred to the room, right? So that's kind of a back check process there as well. And then beyond this, and this had been set up purely for visitors, right? Purely for the visitors. But in talking with Chris and talking with General Hara, we thought that maybe we can push this out to the residents, because actually residents, there are a lot more residents coming in than there are visitors, right? And so we've developed a process to basically take this and apply it to the residents. Now, we can't call every single resident, right? I mean, that's not going to be feasible just because there's just so many. But we're going to do random sampling. We're going to do, regular calls to these individuals, and we're going to do the best that we can to try to catch and make sure that people are in fact complying with the 14-day quarantine. So, and the more people that we can get into the call center, the more that we can add to that list of people making those phone calls. Is that pretty much it? Yeah.
Jared, does it answer your question? Jared.
Yeah, yes, thank you. I guess we got to keep this in mind going forward, because eventually we're going to ramp this up back to the thousands and thousands of incoming visitors. If we like to do quarantine, or if not, some sort of mass screening operation at the airport, right?
Yeah, so are you guys looking at how to transition this into and scale up?
We're just trying to get through this right now. But yeah, I mean, realistically, you're right. I mean, what is going to be the new normal, right? We got to think about that. Because
sir, I'm on a fair amount of committees right now that are all looking at those type of things, and I think the governor's new organization with Alan will hopefully be the real leader on that. But everything from thermal scanning at the airports to, to your point, what is the new normal? What's the expectations moving forward? And if we don't have those expectations really high, then the public will not want visitors to come back. So we have had some conversations, but we're really focused on this right now.
I guess I have a question on the intended resident, because those are the ones that are questionable, where they say, I was going to work at Walmart, and so I came here intending to live here. And how are you really focusing in on that group? There's resident and there's intended resident, and there's quite a few of them.
Can I throw out, a lot of those intended residents are military. In fact, a far majority of them are military. I didn't realize until we started doing it how many military are rotating in and out of here. A lot of them are and we've also found they're college students coming back, but they don't have a Hawai'i ID anymore, or they didn't have one and they're coming back. There are some that are saying, hey, I'm going to move here, but most of them are military, just so you know.
Okay, just the caution in that. And the screening at the tail end. If you're calling 3 times only throughout the 14 days, how can we verify that on the 14th day they're clear, they're negative, they can move on into our community? And I don't know if you work with Department of Health on that, or General Hara.
We're happy to work with whomever, quite frankly, and we're just trying to be a partner in this, and help out as much as we can.
I think it's a good question, though. We'll talk to the Department of Health on that process. Once they're in the 14 yet, do they get a scan or something? Because a fair amount of them have come out of quarantine since the 26th.
So I guess the expectation would be that if we go back to 33,000 visitors, how do we ensure no COVID cases coming in?
That's a good question. Yeah, we're going to keep thinking about that and working together, figuring that out.
I mean, the key for us is we've got the airlines and the hotels have all got to be aligned. We've got to make everyone, the residents and the visitors, feel it's a safe place. But without the airlines and the hotels being aligned, it's not going to happen. So the airlines obviously have a lot of conversations on it.
Okay. I mean, we had the ag inspection form, but we've never really enforced it till now. And so I would hate for us to do something similar where we come up with all this process
and then we go back to how we treated the ag inspector form to be.
I think you're spot on. Things are going to be, the new normal is obviously, it's going to have to have a process.
And then that way our brand can be the safest location.
Be a good
I mean, for our
brand.
residents especially. Any other questions?
Thank you.
Okay, any questions for airport? I'm sure they answered everything.
Can you folks get back
Is
to,
Chris going to come about?
can
No,
you
he's
get back to us about,
Oh, that's all I asked earlier.
Oh, what do you, okay, go
I asked
ahead.
earlier if after we go to the presentation, was he will be able to come and talk.
can I
Chris who?
ask, Lucas
Okay,
Tatum?
yeah, okay. Yeah,
Can I
that's fine.
just, can I just
Yep.
ask?
Can I, me or him?
It doesn't matter if I forgot what I was gonna ask.
Why don't you,
Either of us can answer.
I'm so sorry.
just go ahead and ask your question.
Oh, no, one more question was just about the, I didn't know you guys had hotels for heroes. I know my family and some of my friends is utilizing that. I just wanted to make a comment that, you know, was kind of great to find out on Channel 2 News that you're working with Farmer Mayor Mufi and getting this program going, and it was kind of really touching to listen to the guys from the neighbor island, because here we get guys traveling far, Kahuku, all over, to have them be able to stay at the hotel for free. That was good. The question that I actually had was, how much is this program costing the state, and where is the money coming from your from your budget?
Sure. Yeah. So what we did is we're paying $85 plus room tax plus tax, and we booked about 900 room nights so far. And I took it from the sporting budget within our budget, because obviously we're not doing the Clippers, we're not doing any of those sporting events, and all our focus, any funding that we're doing is coming from the sporting and marketing areas, because we're not doing those.
I just wanted to just thank you guys, you and Mufi, and our community and the whole state is benefiting. And this is the kind of stuff, I mean, like for all of us here, with all you guys, what you guys just presented, this is the proactive approach that we wanted somebody to come and enlighten us. Since we had the beginning part, we had a little bit gloom, but at least we're having something. At least we know.
No, well,
something
I
is
think
being done.
we really appreciate you guys listening to us and hearing out, because it's not necessarily us, but our concerns that we're bringing from the community.
It's awesome to hear that.
So
I know what, I remember what I wanted. Can you guys send us the reports? And, you know, like when we're talking about the 16, I can see where some of the scanning is done by contractors that we already have, so that's fine. And then you have people running back and forth. Maybe we have people on our redeployment that can do that. And then, but it's the 16 people that have to come for the flights. I think that's something that can be absorbed into DOT. So can you get back to us into your reports with your what's happening with DOT when that occurs?
And if you need more people for the call center, make sure you let DHER know so they can redeploy people.
Thank you.
Because then maybe 3 may not be enough, especially for the resident component.
So with the new resident component, and General Harrod actually brought it to us and said, listen, he's got people he's going to bring that are part of that program. So because we'd like to have them, we're going to train them on what they're doing with the visitors, but we're going to have this new group do the residents, and he's going to bring those guys.
And they're located at the convention center?
No,
They're home.
Oh, they're home.
Yeah, so we have this cloud-based PBX system that we set up, so you can basically do it from any place.
Great.
Yeah, and also just wanted to mention that DOT they are training some of their staff to assist us with the call center, so they are going to help us with that as well. So just want to put that out.
Yeah, and then, we have people that could help, right?
Yeah.
At home, a couple hours.
That would be great.
Thank you.
Thank you for the information. It was very
Today's meeting is adjourned.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, have a good weekend.
So I'd like again, if you could write a letter to the governor to write that.